Le pegué.
¿A la cámara?
Sí.
Ah, pero no pasó nada. Hey everyone.
Hello, Danielita.
Hello, Coquito.
Let me bajarle al celulation.
Please.
How are you, Danielita?
I'm fine. How are you?
Very good. I love your hat,
Thank you.
Danielita. Yeah, very nice.
Thank you.
You look very nice. We had some issues, but we're gonna work around issues. Some audio issues.
But the good thing is now I have an arm.
You have an arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice,
So
nice.
It looks super pro.
Super pro. How does that feel?
Super pro.
Okay. We have to ask people though if our audio is okay because I had to disconnect a ton of stuff and I moved around a lot of stuff that didn't really work. And I don't know if our biggest issue is always if I'm getting an echo. So just let us know. Like if I'm getting an echo, we can work around that. So yeah, but I think tomorrow or the day after we'll be able to fix this. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
You used to say that.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah? In where? In life?
Yeah, no, when we did the edited videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're saying, so Jeannie Cadeau says audio is good.
Okay.
So-
Okay. So that's good.
Oh, and Robin is here.
Hey,
So,
Robin. Didn't miss it. Didn't miss it.
Yeah.
We're sorry. Yeah, we were gonna do the whole
Like
what's that
scheduling?
called? Yeah,
Scheduling a
the
video?
little the
The stream?
scheduling. Yeah, and I thought I just made a mistake with like an audio issue. I'm gonna own up to it. And we were setting it up and it didn't work. So we had to like set up our old setup and tomorrow we'll try to fix it. So oh yeah, we'll see how that goes. When did I say that?
When you did the the
Oh,
end
the
of
intros.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
You said, okay, let's see how that goes.
Let's see how it goes.
And
yeah.
then you said, okay, let's get started.
Yeah.
When you started the voiceover.
Yeah. Should we tell people? It's been 2 years. We can tell them how, there's an expression, how the sausage is made.
What
all
are
the.
you-
Danny always gets worried if I'm going to overshare.
No, because I know,
Well-
like I understand the expression, but I
Yeah.
don't know what you're gonna say. So
Oh, you never know. That's the risk. It's always like the impending risk of being in a relationship with me. Well, we would record the intros after we'd done the paintings.
yeah,
So whenever I said we'll see how that goes, I already knew
already-
how the
Yeah.
painting went. So I knew exactly how the painting had gone. So it's a little bit of magic,
yeah.
editing magic.
And also, I don't know if we've talked about this before, but
What's that?
remember that because we always used to record the intros the same day.
Same day.
Yeah, but at the beginning we were super worried about changing your outfits.
Yeah, we were like, come on, it's gonna look ridiculous if we do it same day.
And I remember that Fer helped us.
Oh yeah, so
She was like running with
so
jackets and
I would
different
always
hats.
change either my shirt, well, not my t-shirt, but my shirt. If I had like I don't know, if I had a shirt on,
Yeah.
we just mix shirts, or if I had like
Like a-
hoodie on.
Yeah, and the hats.
Oh
Always
yeah,
the
yeah. Hats were super important
Yeah.
initially. Well, I always wear a hat. I mean, that's just a me thing.
Hmm.
But hats became like a cool thing
Yeah.
because it gave the idea people that we were recording,
A different day.
in a different day,
Yeah.
when in fact we were just changing the hat
Yeah.
and changing the shirt or changing the hoodie.
Yeah.
So
But
I know we're gonna lose people. By the way,
Yeah.
like everyone's gonna be betrayed.
Yeah.
The day I was betrayed.
By the OPL
Yeah.
YouTube.
Our
yeah.
painted lies.
Yeah. But then
So-
I remember we were like, "Ugh, why are we doing this? I mean, it takes like 1 minute to do the intro, 2 max.
Yeah.
And it takes like 15 minutes in changing clothes. So
I felt like an idiot. Always felt, you know that I was always like, oh my God, I gotta change.
yeah.
Because I always felt like I was just like a bootleg, Oscar ceremony presenter. Just changing your clothes like every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Um, I always felt stupid. And one day I think I told you, I'm not changing. I'm sorry. I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
We're just gonna record.
And
Um,
I think no one
no one cared.
noticed or no one said anything at least.
Yeah. Which
We were
means
super worried. We were like, we have to tell them that
yeah.
we're recording all the intros the same day, and no one noticed ever.
Well, maybe
No one
noticed,
said
or
nothing
nobody
ever.
cares. Like
Yeah.
those are the sort of things that are like, oh yeah, he's wearing the same shirt,
Yeah.
and that's it. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb that the things that you think are super important, like one thinks is super important, and then you realize, oh, maybe they weren't as important as I thought they were.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we're doing our larger setup here. Larger. We can go larger even. Because right now I have the camera like right on top of me. This feels like super old school.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we were recording in on my easel?
Yeah. In
Little
last
box easel?
apartment, yeah.
Yeah, and if I moved a little bit or if I straightened my head, I would hit the camera.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit scared. I'm
Me
looking
too.
at you a lot.
Yeah.
Because I feel you move your head, and I think you're gonna bop the camera. the
Yeah.
lens.
It's
But
gonna happen. It's
Yeah.
gonna happen. It's not an if, it's when.
yeah, but I mean, as we said before, it's a larger format, so it's the adjustments we have to make for
Yeah.
it to fit in the screen. So
Yeah. No, I think people are going to be fine with it. So a lot of truths coming out today. A lot of OPL truths. Anything else you want to share, Danny? Maybe.
like something about the OPL.
What?
No, I'm thinking like
Oh my
something
God.
that maybe we did and never told.
No, I think like the days that I was gone because I had like workshops that I had to record. That we
Previously,
yeah, that I think we did. I think only twice we
Yeah.
did that. I feel. No, I think we always told people that we were recording, everything beforehand.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think we
Mm,
did a good job at making people feel that it was live, which was, I think, more important than kind of faking it.
Yeah.
You know, I think just giving that illusion of being there that day, I think it was important, and I think what I think helped too
What?
for that kind of illusion. The posts that I would do on Instagram, I would always also treat them as if it was like a present thing,
Mm-hmm.
even though the paintings had been done for like a week.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because I even remember your mom.
Yeah.
Remember, she was like, "Oh, and did you just finish?" And you were like, "No."
Yeah. A lot of like my sisters, my brother, I
And there
remember
were
all the
also
time.
comments like, "Oh, how do you talk and paint?" And we were like, "No, I mean it's a time lapse, and it's speeded up, and then it's edited." 'Cause
Yeah.
that's the thing we talk about, like how the the video editing, some people don't even notice it. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that was part of us understanding how to deal with times, I think. Like different timing
Yeah.
of everything. And just to make it work as a daily thing. So there were days that we did, not many. I can think of like maybe 3 or 2 days that we would do morning and afternoon. We will record morning and afternoon. So
Yeah,
I would be
maybe
doing
when-
2 paintings.
When we had something to do, like the
Yeah.
weekend or something,
Yeah.
and we knew we had to speed up the process, or
Yeah.
maybe if you had to travel for work or something
Yeah.
like that. So yeah, I remember.
But it didn't
that too.
happen. It didn't happen a lot because those days were tougher too. And I remember you being like super efficient at some points. Like you would be like, "Oh, I'm like days in advance,"
Yeah,
and there were weeks, and there
Oh,
were
that I
weeks
was
where you
like-
were like, "I'm uploading
Yeah.
the same day." It's like we got to leave the computer on the whole night because I'm uploading the video.
yeah.
So sometimes we were like super early, and sometimes we were as late as we could be.
Yeah, and it wasn't because the video was more complicated.
No, life, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
Life. No other reason.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because you were doing anything.
Oh, I was always working.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, it is those moments that I saw you sleeping like for hours every day. But aside from that, which had nothing to
Sleeping
do.
at my computer, like
Yeah.
pretending I was working.
Oh yeah, yeah. You had those googly eyes glasses. It's like, oh, super up for this.
Yeah. Of course, it's a joke.
Yeah, of course.
I was always working.
Yeah, no, it's just sometimes we could do it, and other times it's just we didn't. It's almost like it was way too much,
Yeah.
and we couldn't handle like that much.
You know,
And time felt like we had no time.
yeah, maybe another thing that people don't realize is that it wasn't like you just sit in the computer to record the 20 minutes and that was all. Because you had to edit a lot of things you said. Because sometimes people were like, wow, how can you talk for 20 minutes straight
Oh no.
and like don't miss any word and say anything
Oh.
correct? And you had to talk maybe for like an
40?
hour.
Yeah, 45 minutes
An
usually.
hour, yeah, to get 20 minutes.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
that's
It was
something that-
ridiculous. It was getting, and I didn't get better. I think I got worse
No.
as time went along. Yeah.
No.
I would have to record more. You know what it was that I started
What?
recognizing that if I didn't quite land something that I wanted to say, I like went back, like went way back. So I had talked for like all this time,
Yeah.
and if I didn't like it, I didn't cut here and then try to connect,
No, you
or I
went
didn't
back-
start
yeah.
here. I went like way back.
Yeah,
So
you
I
were
would go
like,
like a minute back
Okay,
or
let's
something
get
like that.
started again.
So I would go way back just to kind of try to link the idea better.
Mhm.
And sometimes I would have to do that like 3 times for like a single idea.
Yeah.
And that meant like an extra 10 minutes of just recording or something, something stupid like that.
And
So,
also 10 minutes of your recording were like an hour editing.
oh, it's
Because
horrendous.
editing audio is all, I don't know why, but it takes
It is,
ages.
yeah, it is horrendous.
Yeah.
It is horrendous. I can say that I never got like to like it. I never liked it, never enjoyed it. No.
I
Because I'm
think-
guessing like if there's something that you have to do for such a long time, I mean it's ridiculous. I didn't do all 400 and some odd. I think we ended up with 400. I don't know, edited ones. Over 400 edited ones for sure. No, maybe
we can
not.
check. Wait.
Maybe not. Maybe it's like 390 or something like that. Anyways,
Mm,
so just look at total videos. I think we have like 420,
yeah, but I don't know.
and
where-
then go to
maybe-
lives and then subtract the lives. It's like super
No,
simple.
no, because
It-
they're in
it-
different tabs. So
no,
I
no,
don't
but
need
that's
to do that.
yeah, yeah. So count the lives. I think what I'm saying is like the simplest ways. The simplest way.
But where can I see the total videos?
Oh,
'Cause
I know them
in the
already. It's like
studio?
420. It's like 420. You just search. If you search Our Painted Lives, you can trust me on this one. You just
Oh,
search.
so I have to get out of the. Wait.
Yeah, just go to our channel and just put lives and just see the ones that are live.
Wait. I'm complicating myself.
Yeah. This is Danny's trust issues.
So, 421.
Oh, thank you. Oh, she did. You didn't trust me. You didn't trust me.
No, 'cause
I
you
knew
said-
it. I knew it. I knew it. If you don't do it, you don't trust it.
No, I always.
No, you
Trust
had
you,
to.
but-
You had to do it.
Because I
You
didn't
had to.
understand what you were
Yeah,
saying.
right,
You were like,
yeah,
do
right.
subtract
Yeah,
and
yeah,
add
yeah.
and multiply.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I knew it. I knew it.
Wait. And lives.
So just tell me how many. Like, we have to count the lives.
Yeah. But I have to count them one by one. So wait.
3, 6, 9. There's 9 there in the
No,
screen.
wait, because I can
until
do
Fer.
this. So it's 30 and
Okay, so 390. Okay. So that's really good. So, and I'm going to say that you probably edited my voiceover not for many, I'm going to say. I'm going to say for maybe 2 months at most.
no.
Yeah, Danny.
I think more.
No. I'm positive of that. I'm 100% positive.
2 months is week 8.
I know. But I'm positive. You were working because as soon as I noticed that you had to do so much work, I was like, no. I'm doing the editing. Yeah, I'm 100% sure on that. I know that as with the 420, you're not going to trust me, but
I always trust you.
yeah, right.
I
Yeah, right.
No, that's not cool. You know I do.
No, no, no. I know, but I know that you trust yourself more than anyone.
No, but I
So-
wanted to do the calculation because you were confusing me. I mean, you were like, look this and then that and then that.
Well, it
So-
wasn't like an order. It was just like I had clarity as to what we had to do. So, yeah.
But I do trust you, and
Mm.
you know that.
Yeah.
No, I know that's not cool.
But my point was in all of this
Mm-hmm.
is that I ended up doing maybe, let's say, 350
Yeah.
of those voiceovers, and it never got easy, and it was never like I never got better.
Never
It was never
enjoyed it.
easy, and I never enjoyed it. I have to
Yeah.
say I never ever enjoyed it.
Because I did enjoy editing a lot.
Yeah, I think you had ways to make it like enjoyable for yourself, which was super cool. And graphics for you were really important, or just little like inside jokes between us, or something that maybe a lot of people wouldn't notice, but we would find it funny. And those things are super cool to just make something enjoyable. Yeah, I didn't have any. I mean, I enjoy the painting part. For me, was the one that was the part where I could just really enjoy myself.
But I even enjoyed a lot making the time lapse. Like, it was my moment because I just need to, like, I needed to see, but
Mhm.
I didn't need to hear anything. So I can put like a podcast or something and just like cut, paste, cut, paste.
Bald
So I
head,
was,
bald
like,
head,
trimming,
cut paste,
trimming,
bald
yeah.
head, cut paste.
It
For
was
some reason, didn't move his hand for 10 minutes.
yeah.
Yeah, what the hell is he thinking?
Yeah, I think that was fun too.
Did
'Cause I-
you would you think that sometimes, like, why the hell did he stop? Like, what is he doing? What
Yeah,
is he doing here?
sometimes, and sometimes you were, I don't know, maybe you had to answer something in your phone.
Okay,
So I just saw your hand
going
like,
to the phone.
moving. Yeah, and
Ca-
moving and moving, and I was like, is he playing a
Can I be
game or
honest?
something?
Can I be honest? Sometimes
Instagram?
no, or yeah, sometimes it was Instagram, because I was like, a thought would enter my head, and I would just have to check it or something, and or I would just say, oh, this thing I ordered hasn't gotten here yet,
Yeah.
and I just would check it while I was painting. But that just goes to show you that painting is not like this super, like, oh my god, I'm so invested, and
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, my mind and my body. And I think painting is super cool when it just kind of happens.
Yeah.
I mean, you're doing it
And
like
also
super
it's
consciously.
natural to distract yourself.
I don't know what that means.
Distract yourself by checking your phone at any
Yeah.
moment, or like you say, like, oh, I remembered this, so I'm gonna do it right now. Why?
Yeah.
Because
Oh, yeah,
yes,
yeah. And it actually felt like, yeah, I don't feel uncomfortable. Like, I don't care if you notice that I'm doing it.
no,
So
it was fine. I mean, I just like speed it up until you like stop moving your
yeah,
hand
but
the
in
phone.
in my mind, I always felt, oh yeah, I spent like a little too much
Nah, it
there
was
without
fine.
painting.
Nah. So let's see what everyone's saying. Mm, so when we were saying the okay, let's get started,
Mhm.
Maurice Robin said it's your catchphrase. Um,
Okay, let's get started. It was like that.
yeah.
It was kind
okay, let's get started.
No,
Because it
it's-
was more.
of okay.
get
Let's get started.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
started.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're so tough.
Alireza Shelvarchi Asel.
Wow. What? Can I hear that again? That's a really
I'm trying
cool
my
name.
best. So.
No. I just
There
want to
we
hear that again, because it just sounds super cool.
Alireza
Yeah.
Shelvarchi Asel.
What? That's super cool.
Saying, what is the medium you use in the first?
In the
So
first.
maybe at the beginning? Maybe,
Oh, right now, what I'm doing?
yeah, maybe they don't see what you have in the hand. Cause the
Oh,
pencil's
so
super
right now
small.
it's just what is this, a water soluble one, or
I
is this
think
a
it is.
regular one? Yeah, I don't know which one it is.
I think the
Art grip ones, the ones that have
aren't the
little dots.
blues- Aren't the blues the water soluble?
Oh, okay, so this is just regular color
Yeah.
pencil.
Oh,
Okay,
'cause, yeah, that's the one. Remember,
I know you gave me a
gave you
couple,
the-
and I've been using them.
Yeah, Because it was long.
Oh,
Before.
it was.
Nah, I'm joking.
In my hands, nothing lasts.
Oh, so yeah, it's a pencil. You were saying.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
color
interrupted.
pencil. This is an A3 Moleskine art sketchbook. And what else? And it's not primed, so
Unprimed.
not primed. I should do that
Yeah.
better. It's like X primed. Where did
Yeah.
he get, where does he get his X primed? What else? What else? And oil paint.
No medium.
No medium. We should use no medium because I've been using some medium
Or
today.
like a tiny bit of liquid, maybe.
Yeah, but let's say no medium today. Let's use just paint. So usually when I say no medium, means that I go straight to paint. I don't know if you've noticed, but when I do use a little bit of liquid, I tend to do a like a sort of like an underpainting, like an
Yeah.
umber underpainting.
Yeah.
And that helps me establish my drawing just a little bit more. If I go straight to paint, that means that my drawing that I'm sort of working hard here to get goes like I don't know, that was terrible.
A tree.
Yeah. As soon as I did that, I was like, oh, that's a damn tree.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
You know what I noticed?
What's that?
I don't know why, but it like bothered me a little bit.
The tree? That I
No,
couldn't do like a
That you did.
boof.
Look how you wrote X and you made a square in the X and then primed. But in medium, you made the X and a
Oh, my
square
mind-
in the medium.
Yeah, my mind never works the same way.
No.
Never.
Yeah. It was
That's
like,
me. This is me.
What?
This is me. I never,
Yeah.
you know, when you think I zig 9 times, I'm going to zag next time. It's like if you're expecting a zig, I'm going to zag. And not because you're expecting a zig. It's because I'm an idiot. Yeah. I don't do it. I don't have, no, I do have patterns, I'm sure. But yeah, I'm moving here quite a bit.
Now I'm thinking about how lost the people that are just joining the stream are gonna be. Like, what is he?
But I love
Yes.
this.
A.
I love
It
this.
says A3
Moleskine.
Moleskine Art Sketchbook.
Super,
X
like everyone can
primed
understand.
X,
X prime deck, X
medium
prime not,
X, Sig by 9 drawing
zag,
sag
down tree.
circled down a tree with like flying.
A puttering
clouds.
a puttering tree.
Yeah.
Love that. Perfect. That was the stream for today. Thank you guys. Okay, let's do this.
So, Sachin Arts is asking, would you like to talk about the process oil on paper and how you
Sure.
come across?
Sure. It may be a bit oof. I'm going to try to choose my words wisely here because there is a part of me that is completely enamored and very respectful of tradition of painting, of the, painting very stable paintings. I think that in order to understand, and we were kind of talking about that yesterday, in order to understand painting, I do think it's super cool to know why painting works. Why the history of painting sort of maintained a bunch of like variables throughout centuries. I actually love that part. I love it. It's like the cooking side of painting. It's like the chemistry side of painting. I adore it. So what that means is that for many, many years, I would do paintings, the way you're supposed to. That's just like the, shorthand answer, just saying, yeah, that's how you're supposed to paint, period. And until a few years ago, well, no. I mean, a few years ago, I made a very conscious choice. But I've always been like very, very curious, super, super curious. And when it comes to painting, like maybe even more curious than in many other aspects of my life. But when it comes to painting, oh, I want to try it out. Like you tell me something that you tell me somebody's doing something, I want to try it out. I just want to try it. I want to see how that feels. I want to see how that affects my painting. I need to try it out. And what that means is that for during those years where I was being very cautious and where I was trying to do everything by the book, everything right, I would also give myself, like almost like grant myself the chance to do a bunch of experimenting with oil painting. And I loved it. And many times, I'm going to be honest here. Like many times I was a little irresponsible. And by irresponsible, I mean, what does that mean? Irresponsible. It's not like you could blow up like your house when you're trying to do something weird with a painting. I mean, you probably could, but not irresponsible in that sense. Irresponsible in the sense that I probably sold a bunch of those paintings that are not super stable.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to own up to that. And I'm going to say that I feel bad, but not too bad. I think sometimes you kind of get a sense of a painting and you say, wow, I love this. It's like if you bought like a Nicola Samori. Come on.
Yeah.
Those paintings move. Like those paintings literally move. You have to take care of those paintings. Like it's as if you would buy this living thing.
Mm-hmm.
And while in my work it wasn't so evident, I think that people noticed that I was trying to do like weirder, different stuff. So that's what I'm gonna tell myself just to make myself feel better.
Yeah, but I mean, if someone told you, do you want a Toulouse-Lautrec in cardboard? I
Oh.
mest of course
Oh,
you
I don't
want
even
it.
think about it. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people that have made things that are terrible for the perseverance,
Longevity, let's say.
longevity, yeah, of
Yeah.
a painting,
Yep.
and they're still like super cool paintings.
Oh
So-
yeah, they're
So I don't think
amazing.
you have to feel bad. I mean,
Yeah, bad in the sense that I think in some cases I didn't know what I was doing.
mhm.
And I was doing the painting with the hopes of trying to figure out if what I was doing was wrong or was
Mhm.
stupid. Or in my defense, many of those paintings survived perfectly.
Mhm.
I have met people where, it's a mixture of me being a little too liberal in my experimenting, and
Mhm.
maybe they haven't taken care well enough
Yeah.
of the painting. That maybe and I'm talking very small things, like maybe there are tiny little moments of the painting that have chipped away.
Mhm.
Probably my biggest problem has been adhesion, I think, throughout the years,
Mhm.
like in the things that I've tried. Just guaranteeing that one layer of paint adheres properly to the layers that are underneath. I think I've noticed that's probably where I've struggled the most. But the thing is, it's so hard. It's almost like impossible. It's impossible. I was gonna say it's so hard. I'm gonna say it's impossible to preemptively know those things. You would have to, you literally have to experiment to see how that behaves. But I never liked to experiment outside a painting. Like I would have some paintings where I would try things out, like not even paintings. I would have like, some surfaces where I would try things out. But I always told myself, I don't like this. Like, what if something works? Like, what if when I'm experimenting with something, it just works, it clicks, and it looks great? Like, I want to experiment while I'm painting, like while I'm trying to do, to produce an actual painting.
Mhm.
That to me was super important. I don't know why, but my mindset would be very, very different. It's almost as if I was experimenting on just a separate piece on a board, like I wouldn't care. I wouldn't really associate that with picture making or with painting. It would just be a place where I would just throw stuff around and that's it. But I could never associate that with the actual act of painting. But instead, if you give yourself the chance to do it while you're painting, then sure, it could be a disaster, but at least you know how it feels. Like, oh, when I tried to do this, when I was trying to solve this problem, it didn't work because of this.
Mhm.
But I have to say that, hundreds of paintings that I've done, I don't think I've seen 3 paintings that people have told me like, "Oh, your painting is in horrible shape," and it's not even. Paintings of mine are
Yeah,
not
so
in horrible shape.
that wasn't bad. I mean,
It's
that's
not
why
bad
I
at all.
say
No,
you
no, it's
don't
not.
have to apologize.
No, it's not bad. No, no, but I like to come clean. I just think that you can't learn from painting from other people's experiences.
Mm-hmm.
That I know. So even if people are listening to me, I would tell them, no, go do your own mess ups. Like go mess up for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Just you have to feel that. You have
Yeah.
to experience that. You don't. It's not that you don't have to trust me. It's not that it's like, oh, they're not telling the truth. No, no, no. It's just that you're never gonna. That truth is never gonna feel real if it belongs to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but if that's your own truth, if you felt it, then you understand it. Then suddenly you can claim ownership of that because you've gone through it. So that to me has always been super, super important. But I think that that's what makes me comfortable also with just trying a bunch of things out. And that is, so I don't know why we went, that was a long, long route to get here. But that's why I eventually just landed on, or one of the last things that I've done is landing on just working on unprimed surfaces. And it's not as terrible as people imagine. People think that, oh my God, the paper is going to disappear in a year, or like everything is going to be dull in like 6 months. Like people are way too dramatic with what actually happens when you work on an unprimed surface. It's not that weird. It really isn't that weird. Yes, what is happening and what is probably most nocivo. ¿Cómo se dice nocivo? ¿Me buscas?
All right.
Yeah. What threatens, while Danny is like helping me search for a word. So what threatens the life of your paper?
Harmful.
Harmful? There's
Yeah.
nothing nicer than harmful.
Noxious.
That's fine. Nauseous. Yeah, noxious. But no, that's a weird word.
Injurious.
What's that?
Injurious.
Injurious. That's probably a little bit
Eh,
better. Yeah, I didn't know that word, but yeah, it comes from
Noquous?
injury. Noquous,
Noquous.
or noquous. No, I think it said noquous.
Noquous. Okay.
Yeah, but anyways, what threatens the stability of your paper the most is the fact that pigment is made up of, depending on the pigment, it's just very different things. Very, very different things. All of these pigments up here, they're very, very different things in terms of their own, chemistry. What ties them together is that they have as a binding agent oil. That's about it. But everything else, super, super different. So there are pigments that can be more harmful to a piece of paper than others. I'm not going to say that others are inert, that they're not going to do anything. No, no, no. Most things are always going to have an effect on that surface. Most of those pigments and what they are made up of is going to have for sure an effect on what's happening in the paper. But some are going to be harsher on the paper more than others. So what is happening is that the paper is actually absorbing all these fibers in your paper, are absorbing all the oil. That's what they absorb first. Like they just suck up all the oil in your paint. And what you're left with is just look, this is it's almost like a residue, like a clay-like residue on top of that's on the surface of the painting right now. Because if you think about it, it's just separating. Like the paint, it's not becoming unstable, but it's separating. It's almost like you're drenching all the excess quote unquote oil from your paint that's in your paint. Remember, oil paint has a ton of oil in there, a lot of oil. So it's not as if you're just, oh my God, it's just paint. No. There's so much oil in here. So it's not as if paint becomes super unstable when it just separates. It doesn't separate entirely. It's not as if the paper just completely separates pigment from oil. No. It's just that it becomes, yeah, I think the best way that I can explain it is just clay-like. That's not terrible. And if you're doing like an alla prima painting, it's not bad at all because you're not you're not having to deal with the stability of a layer and the drying times of that layer as compared to the layers that are going to go on top, like subsequent layers. So honestly, an alla prima painting can be super, super stable. And that's why we have, art history. Like Danny right now was a couple of minutes ago was mentioning Toulouse-Lautrec, and his a lot of his painted sketches, drawn paintings, whatever you want to call them, just paintings. A lot of his paintings are done on a piece of cardboard, just a regular, and not even regular. We're talking like, late 19th century. So that thing has to be super acidic, terribly acidic compared to the stuff that we can produce nowadays, which is far more stable. So a lot of those paintings are perfectly fine. I mean, I obviously don't have a way to say what they look like. I have no way of saying, oh, this is what they looked like when he painted them, and this is what they look like now, and look at the difference. And of course, it's become duller, or of course, the surface has become more acidic, and it's just yellower. Color has changed, whatever. I mean, there's a ton of things that you could say. But that I think are the same argument for every other painting, every single painting. I doubt that a Sargent looks exactly like the way it was painted, as fresh as the way it was painted,
Because then art restorers.
Oh yeah, they
would
touch them up
replace
all the
on-
time, by the way. Museums restore their paintings constantly. Usually when there's a traveling show, restorers touch up the paintings all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. Because they are like, they're saying, okay, a museum has to say, the reason that they do it is because the museum that's receiving the painting has to make sure that that when they give the painting back, and let's say this is a traveling show, it goes to more museums, the institution that receives the painting has to be sure that, they received it like an optimal quality. So when they give it back, it's easier to say, okay, this is in perfect shape. But imagine if you receive a painting and they tell you, it has like a tiny little fissure here and a crack here, and there's a little speck here. And then, when you receive it, it's like, oh no, this wasn't there. This wasn't there. Now you have to, and you go to the insurance company so that they have to pay like a ton of money for restoring. So they usually, what they do is they clean them up when they go to a show. If they can revarnish them, if they can just lift the old varnish and revarnish the paintings, they'll do that. So, paintings are usually kept up very well. It's not as if they never, ever touch them. Like, no. Nobody ever touches this painting. No, of course not. Like, they're usually very well taken care of. So I think that going back, the sacrifices, the decision that I made, which obviously demands a lot of sacrifices. It's a very conscious one, and it has to do with how the paint behaves under the brush when I'm working on just this, this very, this very. It's almost like it almost feels like a surface that rejects your paint. I do feel that it's not at all like a generous surface. It's not a grateful surface at all. It's very demanding in the sense that you have to put a lot of paint down. It gobbles up your paint. It really does. The paint doesn't really flow. You have to just push your paint around for quite a long time. And none of those things sound attractive, right? Like, none of those things are like, okay, when is the good part coming? Because all of those things are bad. So why are you doing it? Like, when does this suddenly make sense? And I think it makes sense just because of how the painting feels and ultimately kind of looks like, what it looks like. And it may be super subtle, I'm sure that a lot of people just look at it and go like, I can't see it. I can think of, my nose is itching. I can think of a million, priming or ways in which you could prime your surface that would give you the same effect. and your painting would be stable. That I've had a lot of people write to me like that, and where you don't have to sacrifice the stability of your painting, and you can get to the same place without speculating so much as to what's going to happen to your to your painting. And I always go, nope, not the same. It's not the same. It's not. Whenever you say, okay, I'm going to find a more stable way, if your argument begins like that, it's like, nope, it's not the same. I'm sorry, but it's not the same. So even if it sounds a bit capricious, which I'm pretty sure it may sound like that, I think I'm doing it for honest reasons. I think I'm doing it because it really answers to the way I want my paintings to look and feel. I love painting on this. I've realized that I just absolutely love painting on this. And hopefully for the people that have seen the actual paintings, they can say, it justifies itself. Like, as soon as you see the painting, it's like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, hopefully when they see it, it's like, yeah, this couldn't have been painted on a different surface, like in a more traditional, more stable fashion. Like, this had to be done this way.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that's what I hope. I mean, when I see my own paintings, that's what I feel. But ultimately, you hope that observers can feel the same way when they see the paintings. So that was pretty long.
Yeah,
That was
but it was good. I mean,
very long explanation, I feel.
so Liad was saying, what I hate about painting on unprimed paper is how it sucks up the oil and dries out the paint.
Oh yeah.
So that's what you love
Yeah.
about painting
Yeah,
on unprimed paper.
one man's trash.
And they were also asking, aren't all of Jackson Pollock's paintings falling apart?
I read once I used to be, well, not subscribed, but I used to read Art News and Art in America. What was the other big one? I forget. But I used to read those two constantly. Like, I would go to wherever store, deli or wherever, like, bookshop, I could buy them, and I would buy them monthly. And I remember I had an article where it said that, regarding modern paintings, that collectors of modern paintings had spent more restoring their paintings than what they actually had spent buying the
Acquiring
paintings.
them?
Yep, yeah. And we're talking, like, probably dozens, if not, hundreds of millions of dollars here. So, yeah.
Food for thought.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, of
You
course.
can't expect the 20th century to happen and not be disruptive. Like, if it was going to tear everything down, it couldn't have been like, oh, but let's paint the same way we've painted for, centuries. No. If they wanted to do stuff differently, they had to say, you know what? Who cares? Like, we can't think, like, the thought of the stability of a painting cannot enter your brain. It can't just be like, yeah, I'm gonna mess this whole thing up, except I want it to look pretty. No, come on. Like, if you're gonna go, if you're in, you have to be all in. So
Alex Gonzalez was asking, does 140, como digo libras en inglés?
pounds.
Pounds? Because
Yeah.
it says LB. So
Yep.
pounds watercolor paper work for oil?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, almost all watercolor paper can work for oil, for sure. Yeah.
Sergi Arts dice, por alguna razón me puse a mirar todas las obras que has estado haciendo desde que comenzaste con el canal
Ay, Dios.
y uff, de verdad me quedo sin palabras. Creo que la última que hiciste de Ciebe con el sol en la cara es de mis favoritas. It's so
Es muy
good.
linda.
O
Es muy linda. Ciebe es un personaje fantástico
O
y un
sea,
modelo increíble.
o sea, creo que es fascinante que hagas estos directos y admiro y aprecio muchísimo lo que ambos hacéis con el canal. Muchas gracias,
No,
Sergi.
muchas gracias.
Jesús de la Osa pregunta, hola Dani y Nico, ¿cómo ha estado su día?
Bien,
¿Bien?
bien. Aparte de, pues, aceptar que
No, ha estado
nos
bien.
pifiamos un poquito con lo del audio, todo bien,
Pero,
todo muy bien.
pero al final tienes razón. O sea,
Ya, pues,
compramos algo que al final nos va a servir igual.
sí, pues queda. A
¿Sí?
uno le queda.
Pues pero igual tienes las partes que la otra cosa no hubiera tenido.
Exactamente.
Entonces, está
Exacto.
perfecto.
Una, como decimos en Colombia,
Unas por otras.
one for
For
the
the
other.
other, dices tú. Y siempre dices
Unas por
eso
otras.
molestando.
Unas por otras.
Mm,
¿Qué pasó? Que,
¿Qué? ¿El mm?
no, que terminamos el comentario de la persona.
¿Qué?
Pues
Sí,
me
sí,
estabas
sí.
contando.
Sí, estaba
Ah, que cómo
preguntando
va
cómo ha
nuestro día.
estado su
Sí, sí, sí,
día,
cómo
sí.
está nuestro día. Sí, no, no, está
No,
bien, está
bien.
bien.
Muy
Siempre.
soleado, ¿no?
No,
Pues
pues
ya
ya
no
no.
tanto. Uy, pero por la mañana.
Ah, ves que tú saliste a los envíos, sí.
No, estaba mucho, mucho sol. Estaba
Sí, tú
haciendo mucho
saliste.
sol.
Hoy Dani salió. Normalmente nos turnamos.
Ujú.
eh, y Dani salió y yo me quedé haciendo la imagen que estoy haciendo para nuestra conversación.
Creo que igual puede ser chévere eso, como la semana que yo esté haciendo tú sales, la
Perfecto,
semana que tú
sí.
estés haciendo yo salgo y
Me
así.
parece perfecto.
Pe- Pensé que ibas a decir otra cosa.
No, así le decimos a Fer.
Sí.
Yo creo que se le va a dañar el ego a Fer.
No porque no le decimos perfecta, o sea, eso
No,
sí
no, no, tú
sería
siempre
fatal. Sí.
perfecta.
No, pero es como
Pero en chiste.
perfecto.
Sí,
En vez de todo perfecto, decimos todo perfecto.
pero yo la veo caminando como un poco más alto cada vez que decimos
Sí,
eso.
es toda.
Sí. Gracias,
Ya
sabía.
sabía. Fer viene de perfecto.
La
Ah,
palabra nació conmigo.
MM
¿Ya?
Borg
Okay.
00
Okay.
says, do you find it difficult to use a palette that has a lot of paint that's dried? In other words, it's not a clean, clear surface?
Um, I mean, yes, but no. I mean, look at my own painting. So I think my own painting would be the answer to that. I've always said it, I'm a pig in mud, you know? I'm like a pig in mud. So, I don't, that's my home. It really doesn't feel like a dirty palette to me.
We even did that joke in a video.
Pig in mud, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You used the pig from, let me see, what pig did we use? I don't know
I'll give
why
you
I
a
was going
clue.
to, what's
It's
that?
I'm gonna give you a clue. It's a cartoon that Fer loves.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but didn't we do two? Didn't you do two
Mm-mm.
pig and mud ones?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I don't remember.
Because one I know is the
Gravity
Gravity
Falls,
Falls.
yeah.
I forget what the pig's name is. Pig. It's like I forget.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Fed would
maybe.
be mad at me.
Yeah.
Like, come on, Dad. Um, yeah, we used that, but that one I remember. But I was thinking of we did another one. I'm almost sure that you did two of those.
Mm, maybe the pig from the movie of The Simpsons. I don't know why I'm thinking about that.
I don't know.
Mm,
Puerco araña?
yeah, the spider pig. Cause what? Cause the pig in Gravity Falls
Mm-hmm.
is pato in
Right.
Spanish, but it's waddles
Waddles?
in English. Yeah,
Oh no,
I
I've
prefer
heard. Yeah, I've heard
pato.
Fer call him pato
Yeah,
because it's duck. So,
yeah.
which makes no sense. And the other one is
Salpicón,
waddle.
waddles.
Oh, so waddle. So that's the thing. Like waddle, a duck waddles.
Yeah, but
That's
it's
the way
better
a
pato.
duck.
I
Yeah.
like pato more.
I don't think we have a word in Spanish. Maybe we do. Una palabra en español de cómo camina un pato. Un pato babalea, babalea. No sé cómo se dirá.
Babalea, dices.
Pero ¿por qué no buscas
A ver.
palabra cómo camina un pato? Un pato babalea. Babala. Un pato. ¿Qué hace un pato?
No.
¿No hay palabra?
No. Y después busqué waddles en español y dice andar, caminar.
No, sí, pero es como un andar. Pom, po, pom, po, pom,
Sí.
po, po,
Pero
po,
no
pom.
existe.
Sí.
No
No.
existe en español. Em,
¿Cómo lo traducirías tú? Como si te tienes que inventar una palabra, porque
Ujú.
supongo que, o sea, esto suena ridículo, pero así es como así es como la humanidad llegó a las palabras. Un poco de gente haciendo un stream y decidían,
Sí.
oiga, mire ese pato cómo está caminando. ¿Cómo le decimos a eso?
Patinar.
No, fatal. No porque no patina, un pato no hace
Pues es un
ps.
chiste de
Yo sé,
pato,
yo sé, yo sé. No,
patinar, no
estaba bien, sí,
importa.
estaba pésimo, pero bien.
Bueno, ¿tú cómo
Eh,
le pondrías?
no, pero tienes que, o sea,
Pero no sé, camenear.
camenear.
¿Está mal? ¿Muy
Ese
mal?
me gusta
¿Ese?
más.
¿Camenear?
Un cameneo.
Sí, porque camina y menea, eso es el
Sí,
bueno.
sí. Funciona para eso y parece un nuevo reggaetón. Entonces, mu-
¿Camenea?
camenea, camenea.
Sí.
Mami, camenea.
No, fatal. Salman Brim was
Yeah.
asking, are you a fan of Anselm Kiefer?
Yes, very
Speaking
much.
of paintings that are self-destructing.
Oh, yes, very much. Very, very much.
And I think you spoke about Kiefer in the videos.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
do
yeah.
think you did. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, and I remember where is it that they have like a huge collection of Kiefers? I think in St. Louis.
Hmm.
And I remember going to the museum in St. Louis. They have a bunch of I don't know don't know, and maybe somebody has gone there. Either has gone there or maybe somebody's from close by.
Hmm.
And they can maybe share some light on this. But there's a large German collection in St. Louis for some reason. So I'm not sure if there was just a German collector, benefactor, whatever that eventually donated his whole collection, their whole collection to the museum, or yeah, I don't know, but there's clearly because they have that and they have like Max Beckman's, some of Max Beckman, a bunch of Max Beckman's, I feel.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. So no, if anyone knows this, like I'd appreciate it because I don't think I ever heard why, but I for sure. When I went there, I was like, "What?" And it probably says like at the beginning of the museum, and I just didn't read it. But yeah, I think it's super obvious that somebody who's German like just bought a bunch of German stuff.
Cuando estábamos hablando de camenear, es que
Cameneo.
sí, es que como llegan un poquito tarde los mensajes del chat,
¿Sí?
acabo de ver.
Sí.
Dice Sebastián Espejo, ¿se zarandea?
Uy, no, pero un zarandeo
Es que zarandear es como
es más
más
violento, ¿no?
agresivo.
Más
Sí, sí,
agresivo.
sí.
Sí, también estoy de acuerdo.
Cuando dijiste que nos inventáramos el nombre, Andrés Jiménez dice patalea.
Patalea.
Mm.
Pero es que, por ejemplo, zarandea, yo sí pienso en algo que se zarandea, es como cuando por ejemplo, si
O sea,
si un
zarandear a
león,
alguien.
si un león
Como
coge
zarandear algo.
a una cebra
Sí, la
y la
zarandea.
muerde y la zarandea, o
Sí.
un cocodrilo coge a un pobre ñu y lo zarandea, o sea, bla, bla, bla.
Sí.
Y el patalea,
Pues era un chiste también de pato.
sí, no
Y
sé,
sí.
no sé. Tiene que ser
Camenea
algo
está bueno.
como con más cadera.
Camenea.
Sí, como más Celia Cruz, un poco. Toca meterle cadera.
Patricio
Ay,
Juárez.
juepucha. Le pegué a la cámara.
Sí, por
Es que
estar
estoy tratando, me estoy ubicando.
cameneando. Patricio Juárez dice, Google Translate dice que waddle es anadear. What?
What? Busca anadear
¿Y por qué
en
no
el
entendí
DRAE.
nada?
A ver si el DRAE, la Real Academia lo tiene.
Anadear.
Anadea.
Dicho de una persona o de un animal, andar moviendo mucho las caderas.
¿Ves? Celia
Ah,
Cruz.
anadear. Ay, entonces ya no es camenea.
Ay, bueno, yo sabía que tenía que existir esa palabra. Azúcar.
Alejandro Morales dice, camenea puede usarse también para twerking.
Es como un
Sí, por eso
twerking,
tú
es
dijiste.
más, sí, es más urbano, un cameneo.
Mm,
¿Ves? ¿Cómo era?
¿Ves?
¿Cómo es? ¿Otra vez? ¿Anadea? ¿Qué?
an-
Andan.
anadear.
Anad-
Anadear. Anadear. Anadear.
Andanear también es una palabra, ¿o no?
¿Andenear?
No, andanear el
Andenear
carro, no.
sí.
No, andanear. Andanear no es
No,
como...
ya estás ahí.
Si no, andanear, mira, estoy seguro, no me digas nada. Andanear no es como hacer, como todo creído, o como
No, mira,
andaneando.
puse andanear
¿Y
y
que
me
salía
dice,
andanear?
¿Did you mean
¿Andanear?
andanet,
¿Qué?
anadear o
Ah,
andanar?
no, entonces estoy confundido.
Sí,
Andanear.
pues tú dices columpio, entonces pues de
No,
pronto
empieces.
decías anadear y decías andanear.
¿Será otro aeropuerto mío?
Sí, de pronto, lo más probable.
Bueno, déjame pintar, que la gente está como este.
Déjame,
Sí,
no te estoy
este man no
teniendo
está
la mano.
pintando, por favor, no más.
Oye, llevamos 1 hora.
¿Sí?
Sí.
No, y yo 3 brochazos, qué vergüenza acá.
Y un totazo a la cámara.
Sí, qué vergüenza con la gente.
Mm, a ver, ¿dónde está?
Oye, creo que grave se me va a acabar el blanco.
Ujú. ¿Y no
Mm,
pediste?
no, sí
Entre los
pedí,
dos.
pero llegará por en 2 semanas, yo creo.
Toca ir
Pero,
a comprar
no, no,
del
no.
que haya.
¿Tú
Oye, yo
te
no
acuerdas si
tenía
hay gouache?
gouache.
Sí, si me queda gouache.
Mm,
O el blanco gouache también acabó, murió.
El blanco gouache. Es que el
Sí,
blanco gouache, tú
creo que
tenías
estaba
tus
grave.
gouache. Porque es que el gouache que yo tengo es el del
No,
Jimi.
el acryl gouache. No, el acryl. Acryl gouache.
Ah, ese
Ah,
yo no
puedo
lo
usar.
tengo.
¿Pero nunca lo usaste?
No, nunca.
Es que ese creo que yo como uso en blanco en exceso, creo que
No, yo
ese...
también. O sea, las Jimi traen dos blancas
Ah, sí, tú
y
ya...
ya estoy, me queda como un sexto de una cosita y la otra ya se acabó.
mm,
Sí, no. Pero podemos comprar uno en
¿Un
la...
cherry wash? No,
Pues,
aquí no, pero
no,
aquí...
un blanco cualquiera. O es que querías trabajar en...
Ah, no, pero parte de lo que me ayuda, o sea, ahí sí me he vuelto
¿A que se
como...
seque?
Sí, me ayuda al resto.
Pero no te acuerdas, Camilo Calderón.
Ah, pensé que Camilo y Eva Luna.
No, Camilo Calderón nos dijo de un blanco de secado rápido de
Ah, el de
Fabriano.
Fabriano.
Podemos
Sí,
escribirle y conseguir ese.
tocaría,
Podemos
tocaría...
conseguirlo. Incluso me hubieras dicho hoy,
¿Y que ibas a...? Ah,
me
estabas al
quedaba
lado
al
de
lado,
Hacienda, sí,
sí.
sí, sí.
Pero bueno, nosotros acá discutiendo
Acá, la
la lista del
visita.
mercado.
Sí.
Em, Ryan Webb was asking, do you have
Yes.
any advice for painting with more abstract colors? How do
Oh,
you translate that to your reference photo?
uh, well, abstract colors. I know what you're saying, but it's just a weird way to describe color, I feel.
Voy por acá.
Because I don't know if you can just understand any particular color as an abstract color. Maybe, maybe when you are conscious of your starting point and you want to translate it, through colors that feel a bit foreign, that they distance themselves from the nature of whatever you're looking at, then that feels a little abstract, making that conversion, that translation. But yeah, but I would be refrain. I know, and I know what you again. I know what you're saying, and I think I understand what you meant. But I would refrain from saying like something like an abstract color. It's just that even that term sounds super abstract. But when I usually am more courageous, I have a black and white photograph. I work from black and white photographs, and then the only thing that I hold on to is just value relationships, and I anything that I do in color, it's going to be you know like the color relationships that I'm going to generate are going to be entirely my own. So that starting from a place that doesn't condition you in any way, it's a really really cool way. It's a really fun way to try that. And if you have doubts as to how to do that, please check. I always speak about Erwin Cruz. I think it's Erwin Cruz art. I think Erwin,
Instagram user?
yeah, Erwin does just ridiculous things with color. Like, I don't think he knows how good he is at just at doing like incredibly cool color relationships that almost like shouldn't make sense. But he just makes it work. So yeah, you guys should follow Erwin's work. Ask him if he's doing prints, buy stuff, support, like, subscribe.
Yeah, so it's Erwin Cruz Art. I
Okay.
just posted the.
Yeah, please. He's
Handle? The
amazing.
Instagram
Yeah,
handle?
he's ridiculous. Yeah, so I'm sorry if my advice would be yeah, just start from a place that you don't feel conditioned, and then and if you're kind of lost as to how to be courageous, look at people like Erwin, and I'm sure there's other people. Like, it'd be cool if you guys could recommend just people that work using relationships that we just can't imagine, those relationships working until we see them. I think Alex Beck was super cool too. I'm not saying was because he had, stopped or and anything happened. It's just that because I think Alex just jumps quite a lot, but I think Alex Beck did some super super interesting exercises in terms of color.
I would also say maybe Andrew Hem.
Oh yeah, Andrew's ridiculous
Yeah.
too. Yeah, a little more controlled.
Yeah, but
I
still.
feel, but still things that are like, oh wow, that works. Like that together with that works.
Yeah.
And it's awesome.
Tim said, something that I never understood is how restorers can take out the old varnish and revarnish a painting without turning it into the restored Exeoma Jesus.
Yeah, so very very slowly they have to use so they'll use, well, what I know is that the only solvent that can lift naturally Damar varnish is turpentine. So they have to use turpentine. They have to. But they don't just pour turpentine over a painting.
No, because it's
They
like,
use like dabs of like a Q-tip.
yeah.
They'll use a Q-tip and they'll start lifting just I think that the only way they can lift varnish is up until, if they notice that the Q-tip is staining, which means that it would be lifting paint, they stop. Like immediately stop. So they have to do it super super slow so that the surface is undisturbed. And then it's just, I mean, that's why they are professionals. They paint with like tiny brushes. I don't know if you've seen it. It's not as if they, they're fixing a place that's that big and they grab a brush like that. No. They paint with tiny, tiny brushes and they just try to fill like little gaps. And that's it. And they try to use like, I think they use paint mulled in, or pigment mulled in varnish, if I'm not mistaken. So like Schminke paints, I think, are like that. I may be wrong, but I don't think I'm misremembering this.
And by the way, the Exeoma Jesus, I
Oh,
think
it's
it's
amazing.
super cool.
Oh, I love that woman. I love that woman, and I love what she did. And because the other Christ was the most forgettable Christ ever. It was any Christ. It was
Yeah.
any whatever Christ. I don't care if it was done like, 7 centuries ago. It doesn't matter. Like a forgettable image. Like if you're doing an icon and it's forgettable, it's not much of an icon. I'm sorry. Like that, you didn't do your job well. But if you do a porcupine, like hedgehog Christ, and every single human in this planet has laid eyeballs on it, and people started doing processions there to see it, then you did your job. Then you
Yeah.
did an amazing job.
And I think it's like the story is amazing.
Oh, it's the most
Just-
adorable thing in
Yeah,
the world.
they were like, "Oh, it's falling apart," and she was like, "Yeah, I can restore it for
Yeah.
sure."
Oh, the confidence.
Yeah.
It's like, no, maybe the chapel was like, or the church was like, we don't have the money to like ask for a professional restorer. And she was
Can
like,
you?
Father, I will
I
do
can
it.
do it. Yeah.
Father, I will do it. God will guide my hands. I will do it. Don't worry. I've painted before. Maybe she showed, the priest some paintings
I don't think they
to
did.
gain. No. Maybe
she
like,
was
Father,
trust
I.
me,
Try.
I can do it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the face of the people when she first showed the quote unquote restoration she did to the painting.
I'm sure they were
Oh.
shocked. I'm sure they were shocked. But then when, millions of people, I'm sure that like tourism there multiplied by the thousands or
Yeah, but
tens of thousands.
Before it became viral, I think they were like,
Oh, the priest, the father.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
like, how can you react to that? Like,
Yeah.
so this is the
You're not
finished
ready for that. Nobody's
piece,
ready for
like,
that.
what do you
Nobody's
do?
ready. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's old. Like, what does he say?
Um,
It's like, oh, maybe are you done? Are you done, maybe?
sh.a is saying, sorry, who is she you are talking about?
Oh, I
Though-
forget her name.
Yeah, let's Google.
We should know her name. She should be like in
gonna
our brains, I
beast.
feel.
Jesus artist. Mm,
No, Exeomo. I would have
No, it
searched
was-
Exeomo Erizo.
No, it was Beast Jesus.
What? What did you search for?
Beast Jesus.
Beast?
That's
Ah.
the name of, that was the meme. The Beast Jesus.
No, really?
Yeah, I mean, look. You see? You Google that and it's
Beast Jesus? I
Yeah.
didn't know that. That sounds mean, though.
Mm,
I like Hedgehog Jesus.
but it wasn't.
Like, that's how I would have searched it for. That, I mean, all roads would have gotten you to the same place, but
Cecilia Jimenez.
Cecilia, Doña Cecilia.
Amazing.
Yeah, legendary.
Yeah,
Legendary.
I love it.
¿Y dónde es?
Decía Borja.
Borja.
Ujú.
Grande. ¿Quién conoce a Borja? ¿Quién? ¿Quién antes había ido a Borja? Nadie, perdóname, nadie. Nadie. Los que nacen en Borja, ¿sabes qué hacen? Se van.
No, ya ahora se quedan
Se van de Borja.
a ver el
Sí.
erizo, como dijiste tú. Pero siempre lo conocí como Beast Jesus.
¿Sí?
Sí. Sí, mira, dice, o sea, esto es de las news de Artnet y
Sí.
dice, which came to be known as Beast Jesus.
Beast Jesus?
Yeah.
Wow. No, I didn't. Pero Jesús Bestia, porque tiene que ser primero en español. No lo pueden haber bautizado que la noticia, yo me acuerdo que fue en noticieros allá en España, ¿cómo le dijeron la primera vez?
Pero espera.
Pues para mí es el exeomo. Yo creo que ellos no le decían mucho el exeomo. Pero yo siempre pensé que era como un erizo.
Busqué Jesús Borja,
¿Te salió alguien de Facebook o qué?
Exeomo. Sí, Exeomo. Martínez and Jiménez. ¿What?
¿Qué? Ahí
Oh,
dijiste.
No, no, no.
¿Qué fue?
Exeomo Martínez y Jiménez, dice. Y es porque Martínez fue la persona que se llamaba Elías García Martínez, el artista que hizo
¿El
fresco.
original?
Ajá, el
¿Original? Sí.
Y Jiménez. Entonces es Martínez fit Jiménez.
Ah,
Una-
featuring.
Sí. Además, tú también
Pitbull.
viste cómo arregló el rollo de papel.
Ah, ese es precioso. Parece un
No,
pan.
divino, sí, o sea, un
Parece-
brazo de reina.
Pare- Parece listo para la panadería.
Para la gente que no sepa, brazo de reina es una comida acá.
Sí,
No, pues es que no sé si eso existe en otros países.
No sé.
Disque angloparlantes, iba a decir, que hablen español.
de pronto,
Entonces,
de
brazo
pronto.
reina. De pronto se imaginaron, estaba diciendo otra cosa. El caso. A ver.
Y además, eso estaba pensando, I was thinking, that painting could have been restored super easily. Super easily. Unless she painted it with acrylics. Maybe that was a little bit different, like difficult. But oil paint? Oh my God. If it's, I'm guessing if it's a fresco, like, there's stuff, I'm sure there's stuff that would not disturb, like, the fresco layer and could get rid of the paint. So I think it could have been restored. I think they were. That's when humanity got one of the few moments that humanity have got things right.
No, but
People deciding, no, we're not restoring this.
I think in some years they're gonna restore the Beast Jesus to keep it as the Beast Jesus, because I think it's iconic now. Don't you think?
Yeah, that
Because
or
if
the
it's like the touristic
attraction.
attraction, yeah,
Yeah.
they have to take care of it. So
They ask her to touch it up like every couple of years. She's still alive, I think.
yeah, it says she's 85 now.
Ah, bless her. She's amazing. Legend.
Mm,
Legend.
So Jeannie Cadeau said, I think restorers will develop and use up to 7 or 8 slight variations of solvents. Glazes are, of course, super hard not to lift versus pure paint.
Right.
Mm,
Yeah, that's what they say about, it's almost impossible to determine what was a glaze and what was paint, what was varnish. For example, in Turner's case, that he would just paint with varnish pretty much.
yeah.
It's like, how do you restore a painting like that? How do you clean a painting like that? It's impossible. So you end up ruining the painting. Like, even if you don't want to, you're sacrificing the cleanliness for the painting. You're sacrificing, the cleanliness or having a clean painting, and by killing maybe a layer that, the artist intended
Yeah.
for it to be there. Yeah.
Alejandro Morales says, how much of a role does your memory of the moment play where you took the reference picture versus the registry of the photograph? Does that has something to do with the fact that you avoid high contrast?
The feeling maybe. Oh, that could be nice.
Yeah.
That's a nice. That would be like a poetic. I mean, I'm not gonna say that's the reason. I'm not gonna just piggyback on that and say like, yeah, oh yeah, it sounds nice. Let's use that. That it's a little more evocative if it's kind of hazier, or if the tones are a little bit more muddled. That it ties the image with memory. No, I think that's a very nice interpretation. But yeah, it's not there. Honestly, it's not there. But I do try to at least evoke, how I feel, for sure. If I'm painting, people that I love and people that I think I know, yeah, for sure. I make an effort to try to be faithful to the feeling that was there when I saw them, and I decided, oh, this could make a really cool, interesting painting.
Sam Luther was asking, is Beeple the new Raphael?
Is Beeple the new Raphael? I don't know if Beeple is the new Raphael, but or they are. Is it he or they?
It's he. I was looking.
Yeah. I don't know how much of a collective. I don't know if he does everything himself, or if that's a team of people now doing it. But
No, I think it's just one.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he sold that. He's the first NFT or first digital artwork ever sold at auction, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken. Yeah, a collage of all his work. Yeah. And it was, look it up, Danny. Look how much he got. Just, I'm not gonna tell you. Just, I want you to be surprised.
Oh, what? No, I think
No, it's right.
69 million.
$69 million. Yep.
What?
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's the thing that makes him the new Raphael.
Wow.
I mean, Raphael didn't have. I think he's hit or miss, to be honest. I think there's a couple that I think are, or not a couple. I think when he hits it, he can be brilliant, I feel, with his images. But there's certainly stuff that is just, it's just super hard. Like, the production is so high. The numbers are so high. That it's hard to just say that every single thing he does is like absolute magic. But certainly it's if you have to think of image making in our time, you would have to think of, that sort of image. So yeah, for sure. If you were thinking in that sense, like if he is representative of us in some way, yeah, I would have to say yes, like no doubt.
Mm, Sergio Beltrán dice, hola Nicolás, buenas
Hola,
tardes
Sergio.
desde Bogotá.
Con las buenas tardes.
¿Tienes alguna pintura en digital?
Aquí conmigo no sé, no. Y así súper, que yo diga súper, súper acabada, que yo creo que las únicas acabadas que hice fueron las del corto, las pinturas que hice, los fondos que hice para un corto animado. Pero de resto, no, nunca como que me mm, como propuesto hacer una obra digital, que funcione como obra digital, digamos.
Mm,
¿Tú qué dirías?
de, de,
Sí, calma.
sí,
Sí, fue muy rápido.
de,
Yo sé que siempre estás dispuesta, pero ¿tú qué
bueno,
dirías?
siempre
Pues
estás
dispuesta
dispuesta.
a interactuar, a interactuar. A seguirme la corriente. ¿Tú qué dirías si un día yo me levantara y te digo, oye, vamos a hacer nuestro primer NFT?
Bueno, pero pues sí, pues como así,
Listo, papá.
pues sí, bueno. ¿Qué esperabas que dijera? No,
No, no sé.
terrible, no, no. Pues te diría, bueno,
Sí,
pues
está llegando un punto donde eso es como vender una pintura. O sea, es como decir,
es
voy a
que
vender
sí,
algo.
o sea, tampoco lo veo como si me dijeras, como, no sé, que vamos a hacer algo completamente distinto a lo que hacemos, porque es solamente como explorar otro tipo de mercado. Lo vería yo así. O sea, igual, si tú hicieras un NFT, sería chévere como que tuviera mucho de lo que tú haces ahorita con tus
Pero
pinturas.
uno
O
puede hacer
sea,
un NFT. So we're discussing like if like what would I was asking Danny, what would you say if I told you, let's do an NFT? Like let's put something up, let's mint something, and let's put it up for whatever,
and I
sell
said,
it, auction.
fine.
And Danny was like, "Yep, fine. That's totally fine." And we've discussed this, and honestly, NFTs are just market. They're literally just market. It's just the same. It's just a different market, but or it's just no, it's a different side of the market,
Yeah.
but it's the same market. It's exactly the same. It's just that's how the art world behaves and has behaved, or the market of the arts has behaved for many, 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 many years. So it shouldn't be any different. But what if I told you, like, what we're gonna do? We're gonna offer uh, for the 400 paintings we've done on like a looping video. It's just a video that loops all of our paintings, and
I
that
would
would
think
be
it's cool.
our
Because I think it would
NFT.
be like approaching with the things we do a different market. So, I mean, I don't think it's that weird or like, oh no, you like that's terrible, you can't do it. No, I mean,
I don't. Initially I just thought it was too quick, like way too quick. Like prices were way too inflated, way too high, and everything was just quick. And that's usually not a good sign when things are happening so quickly, because then it just doesn't give you a sense of how it seems like it's just fashionable, and that's it. And that's it. And whatever is fashionable can end in like a second. But that's true for everything. Like
yeah,
if you start thinking about it, like that's true for every single artist. It's almost like maybe people nowadays that go like, "Oh, Damon Hirst." No, he was like, late 90s, early 2000s, but now we don't care. Now we don't care.
and I
You know, it,
would also say like, because I mean, you could say let's do that looping video for NFTs, and maybe we get like $100 for it. Yeah,
$100.
because that's what I was gonna say. I mean, not because you do an NFT, it means you're gonna get $69 million
Oh yeah, no.
as bleep. So I mean, you can try it, but that doesn't mean that you're gonna be inside that market and like selling at super exaggerated prices in that
Right.
market. Because I mean, I don't think it's that easy.
Oh no. That's the thing. A lot of people feel like a lot of people have this really weird idea that if you just put out an NFT,
You're gonna be a billionaire.
then you wake up the next day and you're a millionaire.
Yeah.
And that's it. And it just speaks about capitalism and just people buying anything, and it's like it's that easy. No. Like
Because
there's
people sometimes like they think because it's fast, it means it's easy. Like because a lot of people were getting a lot of
people,
money. What?
a lot of people.
People were getting a lot of money in like a super short period of time, then it's easy.
Yeah.
So oh no, like NFTs, ugh.
We
I
looked
mean,
for Grimes during the 24-hour, right? How much
yeah.
he had made?
Was it
6 million, something like that. I forget.
they made wait 6 million? Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. It's just, I mean, yeah. But when has selling something have been easy? It's so difficult. It's so damn difficult to sell anything.
Mm. So
Now,
Leah,
having said that, before I'm sorry, Danny,
it's
and
fine.
I'll just shut up for a second. But having said that, the other day I saw that I don't know, like Sotheby's or yeah, I think it was Sotheby's. They had sold the first sneakers that had gone into auction, or maybe it was the most expensive ones, because they had sold the Jordans. Like they had sold like a pair that were that Jordan played whatever final or whatever, I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
but like original literally Air Jordans that he had used, and they were like over $1 million, and they sold Kanye West's sneakers for like 1.8 million, I feel it was something like that. So honestly, nowadays it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter what anything is. It doesn't matter. Like you could sell anything and people can invest on anything. It doesn't matter if it's tangible or real or not, or if it's sneakers, or if it's a digital, like if it's a LeBron dunking, or if it's just a moving piece of digital art, or if it doesn't matter. Like none of that. I think a lot of us just get stuck in the saying like, what? They paid how much for what?
Yeah.
It's like a lot of us just can't really go past that. And the truth is, it's just that people are investing in anything. People will invest in anything. Anything that can bring them money, they'll invest. That's just the truth.
So let me read
Yes.
the comments.
Yes.
Liad was saying, Nicolas, I want you to make money. So if you can make money off of NFT, good for you. But I still think NFT, the way they are right now, are BS.
Yeah. I mean,
Mm,
I think the part of it where it feels like a pyramid, it feels like people that own Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatever, that part where they have to perpetuate the market, they have to like convince more people to spend and invest because with people that own a lot of cryptocurrency, what usually happens is that they try to convince people. It's not, yeah, like the first thing they'll say is like, dude, you should invest, like you should get some Bitcoin and invest and buy some stuff through Bitcoin and invest in artwork. So people that have NFTs go like, oh, what's the first thing you should do? Just buy other NFTs. So that's kind of scammy, I feel. If we did it, Danny, can I tell you what we would do?
mm.
I'm not even contemplating this, but I'm
No,
thinking about
'cause
it. I'm thinking out
that's what I
loud.
was gonna say. Like this is a
I'm thinking
what
out
if
loud. Yeah.
game. It's not like something we're planning on.
I
doing.
would do it. It's almost like my this thing where I want to go to Vegas and just spend like $500 and go to a roulette and just bet it on red, and then if I lose, I spend $500, and if I win, I have $1,000, and then you get out, and then you just say thank you, goodbye. I would probably do that. Let you, like all those other people are the ones that are like salesmen. Like I would just say, hey, hi, I want to sell this. Thank you, goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Yeah, thank you. I'm done. Like I'm good.
Yeah,
This is
but
This is all I want.
yeah, but we're not planning on doing it. So
You never know, Danny.
no, we're not planning.
Oh yeah,
doing it,
thinking out
I'm
loud.
saying.
No. Brainstorming here. Spitballing.
Eh, Víctor Torres dice, pueden vender el NFT y ofrecer la pintura física al comprador, muchos lo hacen.
Sí,
Eh,
Vicky estaba, ¿te acuerdas? Vicky estaba haciendo pintura y NFT.
sí, sí, pero sí, creo que igual no lo vamos a hacer por ahora.
Por ahora.
No lo hemos, o sea, no es algo que esté en nuestros
Es que
planes.
nosotros discutimos las cosas.
De cualquier cosa, sí.
Sí, cualquier cosa. O sea, el
Pues, o sea,
almuerzo, ¿qué vamos a almorzar? Discutimos. O sea, discutimos
No,
es,
pero
nos
eso
ponemos,
suena-
nos ponemos de
Pollo,
acuerdo.
carne. No,
Sí.
pues.
No más, hasta luego.
Sí.
Duermo en el sofá.
No, como que nos cuestionamos una cantidad de cosas. Como
Y lo hablamos
en
siempre.
el caso hipotético de que esto pasara,
Ujú. Tendríamos que estar los dos muy
Ujú.
on board.
em, SH.A said,
Okay.
I'm seeing a lot of rage from artists themselves towards NFT. There are a lot of people selling paintings that they are not theirs.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
No.
No. Could you, I mean,
You can tell us more about that.
yeah. Or could you link us? That would be super interesting. Like, what does that mean? Like, not theirs? Because that actually, I find that fascinating. Like, in terms of ownership,
Yeah.
I would love to read more of that. Like, get to know more of that if that's happening. And I trust you. If you're saying that, like, I trust you, but I would love to read more.
Olivia said, is there a simple way to describe NFTs? I've never managed to understand it.
I'll try and do my best. It's data, because it is always data that is tied to a cryptocurrency. And the way that it's tied to that currency, it's almost like it has, think of it as having like a serial number that you can never erase. Okay? So it's just a tag that is going to be permanent. And that tag keeps tabs on who has bought, who made the that data, who that data originally belonged to, and who's bought it. Because NFTs also, the nature of an NFT also exists so that this data can be resold. You can resell it, right? And it actually favors the original creator by giving them a percentage of the sale price every single time it's sold. So in terms of ownership, there is a bigger sense of ownership that acknowledges that there's a person that who made whatever bit of data this originally belonged to, or who either made it or produced it or whatever, because it could be anything. Literally, it could be a video of Messi scoring a goal, or it could be a digital painting. It just spans anything. Or it could be like a skin in a video game. It doesn't matter. It's like, it literally doesn't matter what it is. Or it could be a yacht in like a virtual universe. It doesn't matter. Like, the what doesn't matter. So never get stuck on the what. So the important part there is that you're going to be the market for commercializing and trading like NFTs. The market and the secondary market is going to always be tied to cryptocurrency. And because it is tied to cryptocurrency, that's how they can keep tabs on who the owner is, like who bought it, when did they sell it or resell it, and the person that is the maker, or the original, I don't know, the creator of whatever that file is, they're going to get money every single time that there's a transaction. So yeah, but it's weird. But think of it as data. It doesn't matter what it is. Data. Just, ones and zeros. That's all it is. All it is. It doesn't have to be physical. It what they were saying right now, like you could sell an NFT, but also sell a physical painting as an addendum. That's you could do that, but you don't have to do it. Like 99.9% of NFTs market is always just digital. So yeah, so it doesn't matter like if you download a file and then you suddenly like your drive, your whatever SSD gets corrupted and you lose the file and you go like super nervous. Oh my god, my NFT! I had millions of dollars in there and I lost it. No, 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 no. Don't worry. You could re-download it. Like it's in a server somewhere. It's in the cloud, and you could just re-download it. It's yours. It doesn't matter. Like so, it actually philosophically the conversation about ownership and about uniqueness is super interesting. It's really, really, it's actually super, super interesting. But yeah, I think I did an okay job. But
Yeah,
people can let me
Alejandro
know.
Morales was saying, Nicolas, I would add that NFTs are tied to the copyright as well.
Right, right. So in that sense, it the person that has the rights over whatever that data is always it is tied so that they always get money whenever there's a transaction. Always. So, ad infinitum, like until you die.
Mm,
How
so
did I do? I think I did somewhat, I would give myself like a 3.5 out of 5
no, it
for
was.
that.
I mean, I don't even understand it that good, even if you explain it a lot. I think it's a super complicated thing to to really get a grasp on what it is. Sergio G was saying this kind of thing happened with comic books, Hot Wheels, Beanie Babies, etc.
Yeah,
Now a lot
exactly.
of those people can sell their stuff. Um, Liat said, "Oh yeah, people are just grabbing images from online and minting it." Sergi Arts dice, creo que se refiere a gente que se roba imágenes de otros artistas y las vende como NFTs.
Okay.
Mi prima dice, I've heard of kids becoming millionaires selling NFTs of like simple kids drawings and I still struggle to understand it on my end. But it would be cool to explore that market.
Yeah. I mean, it's we've always said it. We have a very good friend that does extremely, extremely well, and we're super happy for him.
Whom, by the way, is an amazing artist.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah. It's like the stuff he does. It's like incredible, and he just found like a market that is willing to eat that stuff up. I always say this, like he was perfect place, perfect time, and his work just fits beautifully into this idea of NFTs. So his name is Victor Mosquera, by the way. So maybe you guys know him, um, but yeah, I think it's fascinating. I think I've always been like, I always have my issues with the art market because I absolutely hate that it's completely unregulated. Like humanity has never done anything to control, the market of art. So it lends itself to be full of corruption. Like, people can launder money through art just insanely easily. Like you don't even have to try. And nobody has ever done anything. Nothing, absolutely nothing to control that. So I've always, disliked that we just accept it. It's like, oh, that's the way art is. Like, because it is so subjective, there's no way. There's no way of controlling it. So it's like, come on, like, let's all ride this wave because there's no possible way that we could control it. So yeah, that part always pisses me off because that usually sparks so much like speculation and just superficial like inflation of prices. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, I've always been critical, but stepping back, I'm always fascinated. Like there is a part of me that's always like, what the hell? Like what is going on? It's fascinating how these are the sort of things that people that have a lot of money make up so that they have like a new toy, a new way of making a ton of money, and that's just about it.
Mm, so SH.A said, there's an amazing artist, so draws, that found that her drawings were already sold on NFT and asked her followers to report the person. The account was taken down, but I don't know if he profited.
Oh wow, yeah.
Mm, Kim says, I'm not an NFT specialist, but as far as I know, the owner getting a percentage of the secondary market is not mandatory. Some people get that percentage, but others not.
Okay, so you can opt into that. Is that
Uh,
Mm.
Liad was asking, what?
No, no, no. I'm just grumbling because I think I missed my drawing entirely, but I'll make it. I'll work around it.
Liad was saying, what do you think of the guy that sold the sculpture of air? I haven't heard about that.
Me
Have you?
neither. That's awesome. My father always said, my father, and I think there's a thing there, but he was never aware of that. But he used to tell me, you know where the business is? In cans of dehydrated water. He was always like, you should sell, dehydrated water to people.
But if, wait, I want to double check.
What's that? Okay. Danny's a fact checker here.
Yeah, I was right. Because there's a company
Yep.
that was selling, it says, quote unquote, authentic air from the UK.
Right.
So it's a bottle with air
Right.
for 33
Pounds?
pounds.
That's awesome.
So they thought, as your father did.
Yeah. But my dad just wanted a
It was a
can,
joke.
empty can. So,
Well, but if it's air, it's an empty bottle too.
well, yes and no.
Yeah.
No, because a vacuum could be empty. I mean, we're getting super technical here. A vacuum would be an empty can. But air, you could breathe that air, right? No? Am I just being an idiot here?
But the can has to be filled with something.
It doesn't have to.
Yeah, because.
No, because if like in my father's case,
How
it
can
just
you
had to be
can-
empty. It
how
just
can you
had
can
to.
nothing.
It just had to have like. Well, is a vacuum nothing? I think a vacuum is nothing, right? What if you take all of the air out of a space? There's nothing. There's just vacuum. Where's Callum when we need?
Yeah.
Where's the PhD when we need him?
Sergi Arts dice, a mí realmente lo que más me molesta de los NFTs es la huella de carbono que dejan y la cantidad de energía que requieren, aunque también he leído que hay plataformas que dejan hacer NFTs sin gastar tanta energía y tal.
Sí, sí. Obviamente mantener, o sea, mantener esas, todas esas transacciones andando. Por eso es que, por ejemplo, pues a mí que me gustan como los computadores, muchísima gente compró tarjetas de video de las de Nvidia hace como, no sé, 2 años, 1 año y medio, porque las usan como granjas, o sea, las usan para farmear o se las arriendan, entre comillas, a todos estos sitios que tienen que hacer todas estas transacciones. Sí, entonces, pues, obviamente para que eso funcione, uno tiene que tener todas esas casi que granjas de servidores o de tarjetas de video andando 24 horas al día. Entonces, es una locura. Es una locura lo que se puede gastar en energía. Creo que no es tan apocalíptico como la gente inicialmente creía. Eso es lo que creo que, o sea, al principio como que la gente se desmayaba pensando que es que de solo tener esas cosas prendidas, pues el planeta ya se había calentado. No, yo no sé cómo se compare a el hecho de que ya existan tantos servidores en el mundo. O sea, yo creo que no nos habíamos preocupado. O sea, es triste que no nos habíamos preocupado o cuestionado el impacto de tener todos estos granjas de servidores en todo el planeta. Y mientras nosotros guardamos correos que son basura o hacemos backups de fotos que a nadie le importan. Yo creo que yo creo que si la gente, seamos sinceros, yo creo que si la gente borrara toda porquería que guarda en los computadores, en los correos, en los celulares, el impacto sería infinitamente mayor de si la gente es responsable con eso al de la gente que está teniendo como servidores andando para Bitcoin, para farmear Bitcoin. Creo. O sea, yo estoy especulando como tratando de tener un poco o tratando de invocar como sentido común, pero yo creo que es que en serio, o sea, ¿cuántos correos tienen? Ah, es que ese ganchito, no, es que ese
Ya
ganchito,
le hablé al brazo que
sí,
está
ese
moviendo.
ganchito es medio Pailix, el ganchito. Sí, tenemos que, sí, pues lo cambiamos. Ah, no, mañana,
Está
esta tarde.
perfecto. No, es que iba a buscar en el celular porque ahorita que estabas hablando de eso, creo que mi hermana había publicado algo de eso ayer en las historias.
Sí, sí,
Sí, porque, a ver, dice, mm,
y dice
y dice, digital technology now accounts for 4% of greenhouse gas emissions.
4%.
That's more than the entire aviation sector.
Aviation, okay.
Mm,
4%?
yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's bad. I thought it'd be worse, but it's bad. I'm guessing coal and like, fossil fuels are like what I don't know what they represent. Just absurd. 80%.
Yeah, no, they say to delete the files you don't need, backup files on an external hard drive and that, but I thought they had like a number.
Oh,
Like
okay.
maybe if uh, this number of emails are deleted, you can reduce it in that percentage, but no,
Oh,
there's
okay.
no percentage.
Yeah, that's difficult. I think that that's super difficult. Okay, but 4%. Maybe I'm being super naive and thinking that 4% isn't that bad when compared to like fossil fuels. Maybe? No?
Mm.
Am I being like an idiot
Well, I think it's
saying
a
that?
lot. I mean, if it's
4%?
but if it's more than all the aviation sector,
Right.
I mean, if you compare that, it
Mm.
sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but then it has to be fossil fuels, right?
I
Or
guess.
just like energy? Just like the people, I don't know. What would be
Where's column?
No, you could look at it like what's it called? ¿Cómo era que decía el correo? El coso? Lo que sea, no sé.
El correo.
Pero ¿cómo es que decía?
Digital technology now accounts for 4% of greenhouse gas emissions.
So so greenhouse emissions percentage.
Sí, ahí voy.
Now it's cows farting are the problems.
Because, look, you can see this. But
Okay,
it
so
says
carbon
what-
dioxide.
Yeah.
So fossil fuels basically.
Then
65, yeah. Nitrous oxide, where does that come from? Methane. So that's the cows, right? 16% farts. Oh my god. So electricity, okay. Agriculture. So wait, those are two very different pie charts though.
yeah, because this one says wait.
Oh, total US greenhouse. Oh, so let's see. By sector. So agriculture, those are sectors though. That doesn't tell us much though. I think that one's better. Global greenhouse emissions by gas. So carbon dioxide, yeah, that's probably or maybe not. No. I don't know. I'm guessing fossil fuels. I mean, it has to be dramatically larger than anything else, right? What is
Paint-
everyone saying?
Painting demos by Cassie Sleep said cows burping actually.
Yeah.
And horses farts.
Yeah, methane. Yeah, I saw methane there. But yeah, it's not like carbon dioxide's still higher there.
Sergi Arts dice RIP. al micrófono. Cuando se me
¿Sí?
cayó, comentó. Sí, no, acá está. Es que lo moví con el celular, pero está todo perfecto.
Todo bajo
Todo
control.
perfecto. Eh, what? What?
What?
Painting Demos by Cassie Sleep said
I love the username, by the way.
a girl made $39,000 a
Nice.
month
Okay, nice.
selling her farts in cans.
Yeah, I think I heard that.
But she's sick now, so her farts now are selling in NFTs.
Wasn't she like a YouTuber or like um oh, but there was a Twitch streamer, wasn't it? She was selling her sweat or something like that also. Danny, you could sell anything. Anything. Doesn't matter.
It says she was a reality TV star.
Okay.
And here it says that she made $100,000 by selling farts in jars.
In jarts?
In jars, sorry.
But it's called a jart. That's perfect. You named it,
It
Danny.
was my mistake. sorry.
No, it's perfect. A jart.
Mm,
Yeah, but how much does a
no, this is the
But Danny,
what?
look for a Piero Manzoni can of shit. How much has it gone for? Like if there are auction if there's like an auction record for his can of crap.
Mm, in the year 2000, the Tate Museum in Britain
Mm-hmm.
bought a can for $30,000.
Okay.
Fast forward 16 years. This was an article of 2018,
Right.
and it says an art auction in Milan sold a can for a world record of $300,000.
Okay. So the girls' farts are still not as expensive as Piero Manzoni's shit. We can objectively say that, I think.
Yeah, because art by Natalie Williamson said what I was thinking about,
Which is
when you said about the can that
Yep.
had vacuum,
yeah.
they were saying that the can would be crumpled if you created a vacuum in it.
Right.
Because that's why I would say if it was a can, it has to have something.
Right. So, is there a way to can nothing? Emptiness? Is there a way to?
I think you would.
I'm
be-
sure if the thing is sturdy enough,
Maybe it can't.
you can
be,
hold.
but it can't be a can.
Yeah. Right. Or it has to be like a special sort of can.
Mm,
You could yeah, you could pack vacuum. I'm sure.
mm. Lázaro Olier dice, hay luz, ondas electromagnéticas, hay fluctuaciones cuánticas, no existe la nada o el vacío absoluto por sí mismo, siempre hay algo.
Uy, gracias por ese dato. ¿Siempre hay algo? Menos en un hoyo negro. Antimateria.
Chloe Labon said they sell air in places with high altitudes to help tourists who get sick. But I mean, if you're feeling sick,
Yeah.
you just have, and you have like a jar. It's like you have one breathing.
Yeah.
I'm better.
It's
No,
better.
I'm bad again. Mm,
I'm guessing they sell like little pipetas, pipeticas.
yeah, 'cause it
No,
says
but
cans.
no, but I think they do sell like cans of air,
Yeah, that's
and
what
that's supposed to
told
be
you.
like like healthy, in some way.
Mm, Rosalind said, I came at the right time. Cows and horses. Ah, Daniel dice, dicen que las criptos consumen tanto como Finlandia, Suiza o Argentina, para tener una idea real de lo que cuestan, de lo que le cuestan al medio ambiente.
¿Finlandia, Suiza y Argentina son comparables?
Finlandia, Suiza o... Ah, ya te entendí.
Sí, son comparables. O sea, si a mí me dicen Finlandia o Suiza, de pronto yo digo, bueno, o sea, son países súper como liberales, o sea, súper conscientes en cuanto al medio ambiente, pero en población y en densidad y en todo, Argentina es que es enorme, enorme. O sea, yo sé que Argentina no es poblada, o sea, la población de Argentina no es que esté en el 100%, como la densidad de Argentina no es que sea esté ocupando el 100% de toda esa, de toda la geografía, pues, pero se me hace raro decir esos tres países juntos, no sé por qué. Si son comparables.
Van Sant said, if you're unlucky, your last can of air is a fart. Mm,
Would you, Danny, if you bought one of those Piero Manzoni's cans of shit,
I wouldn't.
you wouldn't open it?
I wouldn't buy it.
No, but let's say you did buy it. Let's just say you bought it. Like, that's just a given. You bought it.
I give it to you.
Okay, but I have it now. But would you, like, would you never open it?
No.
Never?
No. I think you can get sick because it may be like super decomposed and
Has anyone opened it? Could you search for that?
there's
'Cause
an image
I think I
of
would have
the
opened it.
open it can, so
Oh, and it's petrified crap, I'm sure. It's a petrified little piece of, like, a petrified turd.
mm.
I've never seen it. Let me see it. I'm curious. What is that?
Mm.
That doesn't look like crap. And it's a lot of algodón, cotton.
Yeah.
It's on top of cotton. Oh wow, I thought it would have been I don't know why I imagined like a rattling little turd inside.
Yeah, it's like a tube. It looks
Yeah.
like a plastic tube
Yeah,
inside.
I don't know what that is. Maybe it's not even his. Like, Art lies all the time. Yeah, he probably said, "Yeah, it's mine. Sure, sure. Yeah." Maybe in the future, like 200 years in the future, they do like DNA and it's like a dog. It's like a dog's turd. Dog DNA.
Mm. Anania
Ananya.
was asking, what do you think of Mauricio Catalan? I think he's kind of cool.
I like him. I like him. I mean, the banana thing was stupid. It was obviously stupid, but it was it was just like a showstopper. Like that he did what they needed for a show. They needed just a story, and it was just like the perfect story to like piss people off. Like, what is an art fair if it doesn't have like a single ounce of controversy? But as a sculptor, I think he's super cool.
Mimo Base said, someone has opened it and they sold that as an artwork as well.
Oh, nice.
Mm,
I guess you could do that, right? Opened, you know.
Cristian Aldana
Sí.
está preguntando, ¿creen que el valor de una pintura digital es diferente al valor de una pintura física?
No. Pues en términos, o sea, en términos de lo que vale, o sea, si es por el dinero, por lo que se paga, pues no, es lo mismo, o sea. Pero ya en términos de, o sea, el valor agregado, el valor que le puede dar la humanidad a a lo que sea ese objeto, no sé, eso sí ya es debatible, pero, pero como valor, pues no. Pues si alguien vende $1 millón una pintura y otra persona vende $1 millón una pintura digital, pues las dos cuestan $1 millón. O sea,
Daniel Arthur said, "Hello, Nicholas and Danny. Hello."
Daniel, obrigado. Boa tarde. Iba a decir bom dia, pero no. Boa notte.
Mhm.
¿Sí?
So,
So,
they were saying, "I want to know why you prefer hard edges instead of soft edges."
but I have plenty of soft edges too. I think. I think I do a mix of both. I think that the hard edges wouldn't really work if they weren't accompanied by softer edges. So the way, I don't know if I have a distorted way of seeing my own painting, but how I see my painting, I think it's a balance. I think there's a nice balance between hard and soft edges. I hope.
Mm, Lázaro Olier dice, siempre hay algo, sí, por lo menos en nuestro universo. Lo que podemos hacer es generar el efecto de nada, generar ciertos grados de vacío o sensación de nulidad. Y un agujero negro no es vacío. Es materia que infinitamente comprimida por no, perdón. Es materia, así dice, que infinitamente comprimida por mecánica del universo.
¿Qué ha
No,
sido, pues?
sí. Em, no se sabe igual del todo de dónde vienen los agujeros
Mm.
negros supermasivos. Sí, entonces el proyecto de tu papá no podía ser.
No porque, o sea, sí, porque era solo vender una lata sin agua.
No, porque yo te dije,
No,
tendría
no, no.
aire.
Sí,
Porque
yo
tú
lo
dijiste
metí.
tendría aire y tú no tendría vacío. Y yo te
No, es que
dije,
nos metimos
no
fue en
podía
otra
tener
discusión.
vacío.
O sea, si es estrictamente la de mi papá, no, sí, sí, con el solo hecho de que no tenga agua, ya es
Sí, pues porque
una
yo te
lata
dije,
de agua deshidratada. Pues
sí,
ya, no tiene agua.
porque yo te dije, sería lo mismo que las latas de aire, ¿no?
Sí, no, no, y ahí nos metimos en la
Sí.
discusión de pensar si de verdad podía existir algo lleno de nada.
Mm, espérame, porque creo que me he saltado algunas preguntas.
Sí.
Entonces, em, oh, thank you, because Gabriel Pozo is saying, "Hola fam, nice hat, Danny."
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah.
Um, Stu Tony was asking, "Is it difficult for you to get used to paint wet on wet?"
It's never quite wet on, like, I totally understand the definition of wet on wet, but trust me, it feels very different when the surface is super absorbent. So it never quite feels wet. It's always like there is paint, there is a paint layer, but it's always kind of just it just feels like it has body to it. So yeah, I no, I feel super comfortable painting, on top of fresh paint, but on top of fresh paint on a surface that allows me to paint on top of fresh paint. I think it's a little more difficult with a surface that would where the painting would be sort of like gliding on top a little bit. If it's like a plasticky surface where paint just kind of it feels kind of slippery to the touch, I feel that would give me a bit more trouble.
So you have answered this before, but they're
Yes.
asking, Albert is asking, "Are you painting on an incline? I always thought the oil paint would fall off if I had it on an incline."
So yes, it's about 45 degrees.
Yeah.
We've kind of noticed with Danny.
You want me to
I don't know
show
if
it again?
exactly 45 degrees, but sort of. And no, painting doesn't fall off because we're not using any medium, and and we're using an unprimed surface. So it's actually absorbing a lot of that oil that's in there. So that won't allow the painting to just kind of, don't think of it as a watercolor that you could actually sense the gravity in the watercolor just pushing the wash and the pigment down. No, you don't quite get that here.
Anania was asking,
Anania.
is it true that a lot of people in Colombia have
True.
mullets? No, wait.
Mullets?
Mullets and mohawks?
Greña paisa?
No.
No, no. It used to be like, I mean, I don't, no, I don't
think
even
it's
know if that's real. I don't even know if
but
you're
I think it's
joking.
like a funny question because it's
Yeah.
the same that other countries in the
Oh, yeah.
world. I mean,
Yeah.
there's people with mullets and mohawks everywhere
Yeah.
as they are here. So
Yeah. And here are the mullet was, at least when I was younger, it was associated with Los Paisas, with a region here in Colombia. And we would call that greña paisa.
yeah, but
We wouldn't
also
call
that
it a
was,
mullet.
but of course that was generalizing. I mean, even
Yeah.
at your time, that doesn't mean all the people had.
Oh, no,
mullets.
of course not. No, no, no. Of course not. No, no, no.
Yeah.
Greña paisa. But I think in Medellin, that's where they've maintained it more so than any other region in our country. I would
But again,
say.
you're generalizing.
I'm
so-
general. Well, but generalizing is not a bad thing.
No,
If
no,
it
no,
happens
no.
more in one area than in another, you could say, statistically, I mean, it happens more. And they're like trendsetters for us here in Colombia. What people say in Medellin is what people say in Bogota like 2 years later.
Alejandro Morales dice, ¿es posible que la lata de agua deshidratada tenga los dos elementos sin combinar?
Pues sí, ¿no?
Pues sí. Sí. No, estaba pensando, pero pues sí.
Sí, sí. O sea, que uno puede condensar ese aire y generar agua ahí adentro. Y habría agua.
O
¿No?
sea que cuando la abras,
Ay,
¿hay
uno no
agua?
mintió.
Roslyn was saying, last night I was able to see etching by Degas, many,
Oh, that's
Whistler,
wonderful.
Goya, and Rembrandt. So I was thinking if I wanted to steal one, I would want the Degas, but I would have to take
Really?
the Rembrandt. Agree? This is not a plan.
Yeah,
So
don't
what
share.
would you take?
In terms of etchings?
Yeah. Degas,
So
Whistler,
let's say Goya's
Goya?
Disaster of War, Whistler's etchings of like Venice, Rembrandt, any etching because they're amazing, all of them.
so that's your answer. I mean,
Yeah, the thing is so hard for me not to be like Team Rembrandt every single time. I'm like boring in that sense, I feel.
well, but not boring. I mean,
Predictable, let's say.
You know that if it's Rembrandt against anything, then Rembrandt wins. So
Rembrandt against Jesus. Money on Rembrandt.
MM Borg 00 said, "What? Why are you?"
I just
laughing
love
about
that from the beginning you decided that you were going to say every single, letter in a username and you've done it.
Because if they put that username, is because they like that username. I mean,
Oh, Danny, but that's
I
you
could-
know that's not true for every single username out there.
no, but they decided on adding the zeros, so I'm gonna respect reading
Okay.
the zeros. So MM Borg 00 said, "Is the surface he's painting on paper or board? Unprimed?" So yeah, it's paper. It's unprimed paper.
Thank you, Danny.
You're welcome.
Danny Alita.
Olivia was asking, would you like to watch Encanto? We already did.
Yeah, we did. Both Danny and I.
Mm. Eh, I'm like scrolling and it's all NFTs.
Yeah?
We had a long
It's
conversation.
an interesting conversation, I feel.
Peter Smiggins said, you probably already talked about this several times, but did you figure out for yourself why you paint? Does it have a sole purpose for you?
I think it's changed maybe throughout the years. No, well, not maybe, for sure. Um, I guess simplest way to say it would be initially for me, it was about image making. Uh, I'm someone who is very much so like a visual person. So I've always been just, in awe of like super powerful, exciting images. I mean, it doesn't matter where they come from. It could be a graphic novel or it could be the Sistine Chapel. It doesn't matter. It to me, powerful image is a powerful image. Period. And if that image can actually, have an effect on you, a very profound effect on you, doesn't matter where what the nature of it is. I found that super super appealing. So I don't know if my goal at the beginning was to do powerful images per se, but I think that I was fascinated by the and maybe I was juvenile. I'm being juvenile here, but by just the coolness of being able to produce a powerful image. I always thought that was super super interesting. And so initially I just thought in terms of image making, like what can I do in my painting to make an image that is appealing? And I think that has changed. Like really that has changed. Probably dramatically for me, where I don't know if painting has or bears that responsibility, not even responsibility, or if I don't think I expect that function from painting anymore. So nowadays I just see the image that is being made as a sort of a byproduct of a moment that you are just reflecting through the aid of paint. Reflecting about what? It could be as dumb as all the conversations that we've had. Just pondering if a can hold nothingness. I think inside those small conversations, there's always like a little bit of existential reflection going on. So I love that. I actually absolutely adore that. So I think that right now I feel that painting is more of a I don't know. It's almost like I've spoken about this analogy, before, and I'm not I'm not afraid of saying it, but it's almost like going for a jog. It's like, oh, I'm gonna paint. And for the people that go jogging and it just clears their mind and it just they feel better after it and it just feels good, or if you can go for a swim, or if whatever you do, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be like, it's not about being like super healthy or like, no, but it's just this moment with yourself that you just feel better after you do it. But you don't feel better just because, oh, I feel better, like F everyone else. It was the time where I could disconnect from the world and I don't care about anything. No, it's not really like escapism in that sense. It's just I don't know. It's a moment where that provides you at least with the opportunity to pursue clarity, and it may be an obfuscated painting, but clarity, as a human being, which is far more important than clarity in painting, I feel. So I don't know if I answered that well, but I think hidden in there, those are my reasons.
Alejandro Morales says, in Germany, there's a haircut called Fokuila. Fokuila.
Mm-hmm.
It is the baby of mullet and mohawk.
Oh, well,
And how is
a
it?
mullet mohawk?
I have to Google it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand how that would work.
What? Because it looks like a
Well, that's a
grown
mullet.
out, yeah. And that's a mohawk.
Oh, okay.
Like this one, maybe?
Yeah, but that's mullety for me. I mean,
Yeah.
it's still very much so a mullet.
And then there's this.
That's a Andre Agassi. That's mullet, 100%.
This.
That is just wrong. That's not even real. That's a thing.
Mm.
That's Tiger King. Oh, what was that player's name? I forget that player. The blonde. Go back.
This one?
No, the blonde dude. I forget.
This one?
Yeah. Oh, that's Oliver Kahn. Is he? That's a young Oliver Kahn.
Uy,
Just say yeah, yeah, yes.
it's not yes, it's in other language.
Oh,
So
the green button. I think that's
mm,
the German goalkeeper, the one that was the Bayern goalkeeper, the German goalkeeper. I think that's him.
mm. Lázaro Olier dice, una lata de agua deshidratada puede tener los sólidos que usualmente están diluidos en agua. Una lata de agua deshidratada de mar podría ser pura sal. Jaja.
Mm. Salado.
¿Qué?
Pues que estuve salado. Compré una lata de agua deshidratada.
Uy, no.
Sí, estuvo grave.
Gravísimo. Tim says, Nicholas and Danny, have you decided what painting? Oh, wait. I have to say before, Nicholas, no more spoilers.
No.
So,
What?
the question is, Nicholas and Danny, have you decided what painting is going to be the cover of the
Yes.
book, if any? Yes. And will the book touch on the artist you've talked about in the edited videos?
No.
No.
Not artists. I think there's going to be a reflection that is there are going to be several reflections on the things that tie a lot of those paintings together, but I don't think it's going to be about other artists.
Yeah.
No, it won't be that sort of book.
Stu Tony said, are there still schools to learn how to paint like a golden age illustrator?
Oh, that's a really good question. Who could teach that? Jeffrey Watts could teach that. Who could teach that? I think Jeff Watts. I can't think of a lot of people that could teach. People that come from that tradition of. James Gurney could, but he doesn't have a school.
But like a specific school that you think like
No.
No?
No, I mean, in God, the school where I'm trying to remember the school.
Do you
What
want me
is the
to Google
school?
something?
No, just let me see if I can remember. No, I just because I'm thinking about it, it's very difficult. It'd be super, super difficult. I mean, where does George Pratt teach? In that school in Florida?
It says Old Dominion University.
No. It's George
Um,
Pratt teaches. If you could Google George Pratt teacher
That's what
art
I
school.
did.
George
I did
Pratt
teacher university, but
teacher
art school.
art school.
Oh, Ringling.
Okay, so Ringling has thank you, Danny. So Ringling has a bunch of quote unquote old school illustrators, but old school for us, but usually, old school for us would mean that they come from a tradition of of tradition, of what eventually could be traced back to golden age illustration. But to think that nowadays somebody could teach you how to do a Cornwell, no, or like a Leyendecker or Rockwell, no, there's not even market for that anymore. Like, in the strict sense of illustration, like it would be almost pointless because nobody cares if you work that way anymore. So, yeah.
Roslyn said, I loved Andre Agassi.
I used to like him too.
And
I
did
used
you
to like-
like him with the mullet?
With the mullet.
With the mullet?
Yeah. I mean,
No,
that was.
well, you too, but Roslyn knows.
Oh, sorry.
But did you like it with the
Yeah, it
mullet?
was like signature. That was his look, you know? this dude from like Las Vegas, I think he is. He's from Las Vegas, maybe. Native Las Vegas. He was like
Las Vegas, yeah.
yeah. No, he was like a rock star.
Mm,
But like me, he was actually bald. So when he had to cut his hair, it was like, oh my god.
mm. Rosalind said, okay, it's sending chats I wrote 10 minutes ago. Alfie Alpha said, greetings from Malta.
Oh, nice.
You once had artificial sketchbook for sale. Is it in reproduction again and available for Europe? So maybe they're talking about the Our Painted Lives book.
Yeah, no. That one's
Yeah,
not. No. Yeah, no. That one's not for sale anymore, unfortunately.
But
there's going to be a new book
yeah,
coming out.
there's a new book coming. If you're interested in it.
We haven't gotten the cuz we can't do anything until Kickstarter approves of all the like bank stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they say it usually takes like 3 business days. So we should be hearing from them tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully there's nothing that I did that was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That needs like change, needs us to change anything. So we'll see. But hopefully I input all the information right. And because it serves no purpose to have like all the other stuff ready if they're just going to say, "Oh, we reviewed and all the information and you're missing blah blah blah."
Reyes Art pregunta, al pintar me quedan los colores muy planos, como todos en tonos pastel. ¿Qué ejercicio me recomiendas para trabajar en eso?
Usar muy poco blanco, muy poquitico. O sea, poner muy poquito blanco en la paleta y no sacar más. Obligarse a usar solo el poquitico de blanco que uno puso inicialmente. Y ya. Ese es como, yo sé que suena súper sencillo, pero es que es la manera más fácil de asegurarse de estar haciendo, de no sobreutilizar el blanco.
Sergio G says, not as cool, but there's a gentleman who worked for the famous artist school that has a YouTube channel.
Do you think it's Jeff Watts, maybe?
You asking me?
Yeah, or the person that
maybe they can let us know who they're talking about.
Because I think, like I said, I think the only person is Jeff Watts that I can think of. Aside from, I personally think the best person to teach that and the only person that would be able to teach that would be James Gurney. But I've seen the stuff that Jeff Watts does, and he's tremendous also. Ton of knowledge too. So
Albert said, have you ever kept any of the paintings made from OPL? I just noticed that you sell all the paintings you make from these videos/streams.
No, none. Simple answer, we don't have any paintings.
No.
Not even the ones that we like or dislike or nothing. We've gifted some of the paintings. That we have done. There's been a very small number. I'm not going to lie. If it was a large number, I would say it. But very small number of paintings that don't quite sell. And we gift those to specific people. So that would be the only thing, I guess.
But they're like
very few.
3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Liet said James Gurney does have teaching videos.
right, but
But
you know,
it's different.
right. So the person was saying, you know, if
There's a
somebody could
school.
teach that, yeah, or like a school that could teach them how to, you know, like picture making, like old school picture making.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, like things that you could trace back to, you know, like early 20th century. Um, and yeah, no, James. I mean, James is. I will never tire of saying it. I think he's the most generous artist in terms of passing on knowledge. I think right now, I think you know, it's very very hard to argue that there's somebody who's far more generous with his knowledge than he is. Um, but you know, he does talk about composition and about, you know, he will share the way he goes about constructing images. But and he does have videos on that. I think he has a really cool one. I have it actually. I don't know where I have it, but I paid for it and I downloaded it. The one of the dinosaurs, that he's making a dinosaur painting, and he starts from, like, you know, he builds his own, like he models his own sculptures, and he builds like a maquette, and then he just shoots photographs. I mean, the guy's like crazy. He's like, that's why I say he is a golden age illustrator. Like, he can do anything. He could draw, he could, you know, watercolor, he could paint, he could paint with gouache, he could sculpt, he can do anything. He could paint plein air, he could paint for photos. It doesn't matter. Like, nothing matters. It's like he is at the core just an amazing picture maker.
So Sergio G said the channel is called Online Art Academy. His name is Charles Bernard.
Charles Bernard? I don't know him.
Borg 00 said, "I'm sorry I missed it. Where can someone buy your work?"
Through our storefront. It's just, you
I'm
know,
gonna
the
type it.
same as our YouTube channel. It's artpaintedlives.com. If you forget that name, maybe you can remember lasagnacadaver.com.
Or
If you forget that name, boiledghost.com.
yeah.
So yeah,
any of
three very memorable, like completely memorable names,
Yeah.
unforgettable.
any of that would redirect you to Our Painted Lives. But I think it's easier to remember Our Painted
Lasagna Oh, I'm sorry.
Mm, Stu Tony said, "I guess my interest in old illustration is more not for commercial quote unquote illustration purposes, but more just to learn how to paint that way for myself. Seems like it's hard to come by good technical instruction in creating narrative pictures."
Yeah, for traditional painting, I'd say yes. I'd say for like, if you were interested in becoming a concept, you know, designer for video games or animation industry, there is a lot of that. You know, there would be a lot of places for you where they speak about those same, you know, values just applied to, you know, to digital work. So the only thing that would be missing there would be the part of traditional painting.
I wanted to ask you, how
Me?
are you? Yeah.
Okay.
How are you feeling with the painting? Because I've seen you like,
Wince at it. Like,
yeah, yeah, a
Um,
little bit.
I like the overall mood.
Mm-hmm.
I think, but there are moments that are giving me a hard time. So I'm trying to determine how to balance mood and little moments. So I don't just shield myself behind mood, and I go for those more specific moments that I want to solve also. So yeah, that's where I'm at, I feel. Was that kind of vague?
No, no, it was fine. I just wanted to ask you.
Thank you.
You don't have to thank me.
I always thank you.
No, but you know, there's a tiny, like, little detail that I love from
Oh,
that painting?
oh no, I don't know if I
No, because on
don't get
page
mad if I paint over it or something.
no the individual,
Oh, okay.
like the
The
tiny bit
the
out.
the mat.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like it too.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that anymore. So
Now, if it was another thing, I would tell, like, let you finish the painting and then tell you, because I wouldn't want to condition your painting. So,
no, but I like it too.
mm, so primary hues was
Yeah.
suggesting smart school,
Smart.
like SM, and
Yep.
then art as like
Oh.
smart school.
Well, I don't know anything about these places. I have to look them up.
Dash Greg Manches.
Oh, Gregory Manches. He's amazing.
So maybe Greg is the one that has smart school or teaches in smart school.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can imagine him being also part of that tradition of painters for sure. Yeah, Greg Manches is incredible.
And they were also saying Donato Giancola,
Giancola, yeah.
Rebecca Guay, Scott Fisher, and Dan Dos Santos.
Yeah, I studied with Dan.
And Primary Hugh said that smart school is online.
Okay. Yeah. I went to school with Dan. He's super good painter.
And they're also saying Rebecca Guay started it.
Okay.
Marcial is asking, the times that you painted digital, what did you use? Like Procreate, ArtRage, or just plain Photoshop?
Oh, Photoshop. Yeah.
And also, it was a long time ago. I don't know if there was Procreate.
No, Procreate did not exist back then. I mean, this was how long was this?
I don't know.
Maybe 6-7 years ago. Yeah.
6?
Yeah.
'Cause
7
I
years
remember,
ago.
Yeah, maybe 7.
Yeah, I think it was before I met you, like
Yeah.
right before I met
Yeah,
you.
because I don't.
No. This
remember.
was not. Yeah.
Mm. Voy a leer un poquito de lo que escriben, que de pronto no son preguntas, pero Jorge Renzo Bravo Herboso dice, me parece genial este en directo, los estoy siguiendo desde hace poco, saludos desde Lima, Perú.
Muchas gracias.
Saludos también a
Saludos, muchos
a
saludos.
Jorge, sí.
Sí.
When you were talking about painting like hiking,
Okay.
Explorer 228 said, so painting is kind of like meditation, the kind where you practice awareness.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to hint at her expression, but not really. I think if I paint too much of that expression, it'll be overpowering for the painting. But if I paint too little, then it's just empty. So, no way of really knowing how to balance that.
Alfie Alpha was asking, since you're a full-time artist, do you still have the same passion as before you shifted to full-time artist?
Oh, always. Sorry.
No. I'm considering to take this step. Any advice to keep my drive as before or even better?
I mean, in many ways, I think I've been lucky enough to understand myself as a full-time artist. I mean, the jobs that I've had have always been connected to the art world. So, either by just painting or being part of an institution, an academic institution. So, I guess how to have self-discipline and drive. You have to love it. You have to it can never feel like a job, so much so that it's like annoying to sit down and paint and push. I think that if you feel that every day, if you're like working for a week or a month and you kind of feel that, then something's wrong, I would say. Like something is lacking. Not wrong, but maybe lacking. Um yeah, because I don't know. I don't know. For me it's just, I wake up and I want to paint. That's just it. And it can be as simple as that. It really can. It can be as simple and as satisfactory as that. So
Yeah, because I was gonna say that when you have like spare time, you
yeah,
paint. So
yeah.
so you really really love painting. So
And if I have like if I have nothing to do, like I've been painting, like I'm painting like a Prey Collection does like 3D prints, and I bought, I think it's this dude from Russia, and he does like, I mean, if I would have to review it, it's not the best, like the highest quality of 3D prints, because I guess they do have like quite a bit of texture to them, and so I don't know if maybe sculptors or people that are far more familiar with 3D printing, which I'm not. I'm not the person to speak about that. But I've seen enough, I'd say, to form like an educated opinion.
mhm.
Um, I'd say his work is really really cool. The prints could be a little bit better, if I have to say so. But so I was doing the I'd been painting Romaine's little sculpture.
Do you want
Uh,
me to?
it's going like this, which is super out of focus, I'm sure.
Mm,
Super super out of focus, maybe.
not that well. It's out of focus, but it's not like terrible. Like
Yeah.
you can still
So I've been
see.
enjoying painting that one.
And do you want me
And
to pass you the venom?
okay, yeah, well, it's actually. Oh yeah, no, you can grab it like from the legs because I painted like it dries super quick. But for example, with Romaine's one, I didn't even prime it. I just painted on top of del pie. So this one's more comic booky. Uh, so wow, that's probably doesn't even show, but it's a venom jumping, and that's just the resin. Super light. Uh, it comes apart like that's but it's really fun. I don't. So this one I want it to be more comic booky, and I paint them with oils. So I don't even have like uh, proper like model paint. I just use. Oh my god, look at me. I just use my palette. My oil, and I don't care. Like I don't want to be one of these people that are amazing at painting these. I just want to do it for myself. So I have fun. So when I have free time, like I'll paint more. I'll do these. So I actually like his head. You can't tell. Like his eyes were super tough because he didn't really leave any guidelines for how to do Venom's eyes, and they're super crackly and they're just really organic. But I think I've done a good job there. But yeah, so I just have fun doing stuff like that for myself. Thank you, Dan. So yeah, that's that's how I keep myself excited. Just honestly, just doing things that I love as a person that are that just I love to look at. I think that keeps me super sane and excited and happy. And I have to be honest, like in this room I have so much cool stuff, like just stuff that's amazing to look at, just incredible like sculpture works from so many talented people that it, like if I came in here and I was like, meh, like, oh come on, like I would be either the most ungrateful person in the world or just the most boring person in the world. Like I wouldn't want to hang out with anyone that would come in here and say, oh, this is dumb, like this is boring, like I don't like these are just boring. Because this some of the stuff that I have just like keeps my imagination going and keeps my juices kind of flowing, even if it has nothing to do with what I do. Like, I'm surrounded by superheroes, and it doesn't matter. I don't paint superheroes. I don't draw superheroes. But it's just, I just love, just imagination. So I love this stuff. So yeah, that I think that helps me, if I have to be honest.
So Alfie Alpha, who
Yeah.
was the person who made the question,
Yeah.
said, "Me again. Back to
Sure.
following question. I really, really love painting too. But what about when your living depends on your crafts? Would that pressure you from your quality?"
Um. Well, you know what? Maybe without even noticing, because I do sometimes think, am I just being oblivious to something or blind to something? But I have painted for the last 20, I was painting in school even. So I'm going to say probably 23 years
Mhm.
painting, like solely painting, solely painting. And maybe the universe has just been nice to me, and it's smiling upon me. But I've been able to do the paintings that I want, always, always. I mean, I'm not saying that I've never done like a commission, or like a painting that I was like, oh God, why did I do this? And maybe I did it just for money, because it was just good money at that moment. But I've been able to paint whatever I want, like, and it's worked out. Um, but I was always, I always told myself, you're not above doing anything. You're not above doing what life requires you to do. So if life requires you to, sell apples at a market, which I did, then I do it. And if life requires you to be a busboy, then you do it. So I was never opposed to that, but I also told myself, I'm gonna, always fight for doing what I want to do, because that's really the reason you become an artist. You just want to do the stuff that you find to be cool. You just want that. You just want that opportunity. Like, give me the opportunity to do the things that I think are super cool in my life. If I didn't feel so strongly about that, then you know, I would have just had an office job anywhere, or whatever job. It doesn't matter, but not this. So there is a part of me that is grateful that would always say, you know what, I'll do whatever needs to be done. And I trust myself, when I say that. But I know myself, and there's also so I'm, I am that. I know that I'm grateful with life, and I don't have a problem just lowering my head and saying I need to work, doing whatever. But there's also this side of me that is relentless at saying, I want to paint. Like, I want to paint for a living. And I not only want to paint for a living, I want to do my own paintings for a living. And I'm going to work really hard to see if I can do that. So, I think I'm flexible enough to know that, nowadays we do well, and that can change. I'm sure that can change at the blink of an eye. Because nothing lasts forever, and in today's world, people get tired of everything like super quickly, or anything super quickly. So I'm fine with that. Like, I know that that's bound to happen, but so I know that at some point, when what we do doesn't work, we're gonna have to find something else, and that's gonna be fine, and we'll find it. Like, I trust myself that I'll work hard to find something like an alternative to what we do. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna make sure that I do everything that's it within my power to do the images that I want, like to do the paintings that I want. Like I said, I'm relentless in that. Because if not, why did I do this? Like, what was the point? What was the point of like sacrificing so much, or choosing this path, if it's not just to do what you want? So yeah, but having those two things meet, having, being able to do what you want, and being able to, in my case, just take care of my kids. I have two kids. Um, Knowing that that's going to be enough to take care of them, Yeah, it's never easy. That scares you shitless. There's never gonna be like an easy way to understand that. So I don't know, but I think that, and this is like super personal for me. I think that if you know, I know that this is gonna be tough, but in my mind, like if I let fear sort of govern my life, so or maybe better, like if fear makes me sacrifice something that I love just to be more mm, just to have an apparently more consistent job or solid job or reliable job, and if I do it out of fear just because, oh, my kids are there, I have to take care of them and I have to sacrifice everything in my life just to take care of them, I think that even puts like an undeserved burden on them. Like I'm gonna risk feeling resentment towards them because they're gonna be the reason that I'm not happy. So at some point, I kind of decided, you know what? This means so much to me that I'm willing to risk like my my own stability and my kids' stability to pursue what I love. And that sounds very stupid, very, very almost like irresponsible. But that also gives you perspective. That also tells you, like, okay, if you are going to do this, like, if there's like such a high risk, you better like work intelligently and work hard and just give everything, because you can't half ass something like that. Like, if there's so many people involved that can be affected, like you better do the best job that you can do. You better like literally go to bed thinking that was the best I could do today. And I think that I'm, like I said, I'm quietly relentless on that end. Like, I will fight for that as long as I can. And at some point, maybe life, like I said, is sometimes life is like horribly unfair, and you could work your ass off and it just doesn't give anything back to you. But as long as, as I'm working my butt off and life is being generous with us, um, then I'll continue doing it for sure. And by continue doing it is like, I'm responsible for what I do. I'm 100% responsible for what I do. So yeah, it's a mix. I think it's a mix of all of that, but it is scary. My God, I can't think of a few feelings in life that can be scarier than that, than saying, yeah, well, my life depends on this, like my everyday life, be it my own life or my partner's life or my kid's life or my pet's life, or it doesn't. Did you get excited with
Of
pet?
course.
We'll get there. We'll be there. We'll be there. But yeah, it is very, very scary. But it also, that's just how that's supposed to be like that. It's not supposed to be any different. Like, if it was easy, if it was just super easy to make that decision and you barely felt it, like, what is driving you then? What is like pushing you to move, to like find things in your path and get excited about them? I think that even if it's the scariest part of all of this, that sense of urgency is so important. It's horrible. It's horrible because just thinking that, oh, I bet everything on this and nothing is happening, that is when we have to deal with that reality, that we wanted something to happen and nothing, like life sent us nothing back. It gave us nothing in return. That is very scary. But I always think, like, what gives you like a sense of assuredness? Like, with me, when I was teaching, which you would think that it's like, oh, that's a really good job and you can feel comfortable and that the job's going to be there. I would have to sign a contract every semester. Every semester I was signing a contract. I mean, that's not that you can't rely on that. You can't like go through life thinking, "Oh yeah, this is good. This is better." No, it's not better. It was horrible also. Like they could have said, "No, we don't like you anymore. We're bored. We don't like, we don't want to teach that sort of painting anymore. We want somebody else." Anything could have happened during those 12 years that I was teaching there. And they could have just, at a moment's notice, like just said, "Hey, thank you. Goodbye. Thanks. Thanks. You've been super cool. Thank you. Goodbye." And that's it. They didn't owe anything to me. Nothing. Nothing. They could have just said that and that's it. That's it. And I would have had to accept it. So, yeah, I don't know. There is something horrifying but also very exciting just when you have to grab your life, kind of by the scruff of the neck and you say, "Okay, let me try to do this. Like let me give everything so I can see if I can live the life that I imagined that I could live." It is super, super scary, but it's awesome when it works. It's really like the most amazing feeling in the world is when it actually pays off. So because you did this, you bet everything on this and you did it. So what can be better than that? It just feels incredible. Will it last forever? Of course not. No, of course not. So you have to go to bed every single day thinking this is not going to be forever. So and you have to be on your toes waiting for that moment where it's not forever and you realize I have to do something about it. You have to be ready for that day. And that's me. Like Danny sometimes says like, "Oh, cuz this, Danny, about me. Like I always think of the worst case scenario many times, like that thought sort of hovers over my brain
Yeah,
all the time.
but with everything.
Yeah. And I just think that's like a instinct. Like that's a artist instinct, thinking, "Okay, this is too good, but it's bound to be bad. At some point it's going to be bad. So I have to be ready for when it's bad." So I'm always like, I don't know, always like those animals that are always like aware of a predator being somewhere, and maybe there's no predator around. Maybe maybe they can just run freely, but they're always super, super cautious about what they're doing. I think that's me. I'm always trying to be like, 10 steps in front of what I'm doing, just so that I can be ready, like mentally and physically ready for those moments.
So
I went
yeah.
down like I don't know where for that.
No, it was a good monologue. It was. I mean,
Always a monologue with me.
no,
Jesus.
no. But it was. I mean, you were saying super interesting things, and I think all you said was
Crap.
no. Like was exactly what you believe in. So that's perfect.
Thank you.
So Alfie Alpha
Yeah.
said, "That's great answer, Nicolas. Thank you very much for giving me motivation. This year I will go full-time artist. I will do it.
Best of luck, dude.
By the way, I'm still chasing for one of your daily artworks. And thank you, Danny. You're beautiful. Thank you."
Very beautiful. Nothing about me.
They were saying all.
Well,
Thank
but
you,
I
that's
missed the
great.
beautiful part too. You shouldn't
You are beautiful.
Oh, thank
Nicolas.
you. Thank you, Danny Sita
You are
Divine.
the most beautiful
Oh, stop it.
human being. No, you know,
Nah,
for me, you are. So.
horrendous. Like I am literally Shrek.
What?
Like Shrek and
No.
I know that Shrek is like super happy when Fiona turns into another Shrek. But I'm Shrek and you're the princess. You haven't turned into
No.
yeah.
No. Don't
Oh,
say
you're
that.
amazing.
Nah.
Completely undeserved,
No. Completely undeserved.
Like
me
me.
being with you.
No, stop it.
No, and you
Stop.
are beautiful. I know you
stop.
hate this, and
I
you're
have, like-
gonna hate hearing
I have
this,
like
but-
one good angle and it's like at night,
and it's like
no lights on.
no,
And
no.
if you're blind.
No, you're being mean with yourself. Mi prima dice, Coco, you are beautiful too.
Ay, muy querida.
That's true. You are the most beautiful human being
Oh, stop.
ever.
Oh my God,
Ever.
Jesus! Jesus is gonna come down and be pissed at you.
And slap me.
Yeah. Well, a Jesus slap.
Irvin Torres was saying, Nicolas, I love your passion for painting, but what would you do if you had to take a break? Let's say you got injured lightly of one hand. I'm asking because something similar happened to me and I couldn't play guitar for almost a year.
Oh, if it was that, if it was like, can I use my other hand?
I was gonna say that. Like, would you try to teach yourself to?
Hell yeah. Hell
Yeah.
yeah. I would, I would make it like, it wouldn't even be like a challenge. Like, I would just make it so that I can paint with my other hand. I know that I could.
Because
Like,
I think
I don't have the, like the touch to do it with the other hand, but I know
Yeah.
I could paint with my other hand for sure. A lot of painting is not hand, just, I would say, probably 80% of the painting is going on in your brain, and then the rest is in your hand. But yeah, but if it's tougher than that, oh wow, that's a tough question. Like if I can't use my hands, or if I can't like use my body, because then I would say, oh, maybe I could paint with my mouth or something like
Yeah.
that, or with my like. If I couldn't use my hand, like I would attach like
something.
a
yeah.
brush and just paint with my arm. But I would. So let's say there's no possibility of like painting. I would teach. I think. I would try, like to do portfolio reviews, and I know that kind of sucks
Why?
because you're banking on. Well, because I think both you and I, we've always respected people that do. And for if there's a teacher, like all the teachers that I've ever respected in my life, like they worked
Yeah,
in
but
front
you
of
have
me.
done for a lot of time, so that's not like you
Y-
trying to make reviews without knowing anything about art. Because that's the thing we always say, like, well, like you
Yeah,
have to do to know what you're talking about.
yeah. So I would try to bank maybe
Mm-hmm.
on that a little bit for as much as I could,
Mhm.
maybe. So teaching, yeah, maybe teaching. What could I do without hand? Like, what sort of art could I do without my hands? It's just that I'm such a handy, like, I'm such a like a almost like artisanal person.
You know what?
What's that?
The VR sculpting thing.
Yeah, but you can't use your hands.
Do you need? Yeah.
Yeah, you
But
need your
can,
thumbs, and yeah, you need all of it.
Mm,
I don't know what I could do because sculpting I couldn't do either.
Yeah.
I would love
Because the
like
thing is that
if you would tell me like I need like a year off and I have to sculpt. Oh,
Oh,
my
you would be-
God, where do I sign? Yeah, where do I break my arms for that?
no, don't say that.
I know, I'm joking. Maybe
so,
not.
Alfie Alpha was saying you're beautiful too, Nicolas.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
SH.A was saying, Nicolas, to be honest, the most thing I hate about live streams is we cannot see your face at the beginning, like the past recordings.
Oh, I know. And I have a dumb.
And
We haven't taken it out. I have a stupid like
camera
webcam that doesn't even
doesn't
work in
function,
front of
yeah.
me right now.
But we're gonna make it work someday.
I don't know
That-
how.
we hope.
We need like another camera, not webcam, like a camera, and that's just a little expensive.
And SH.A was saying such interesting face features and beautiful, of course. So
They're talking
Everyone-
about you still?
no, of course they're talking about you. You're beautiful.
Interesting face features.
Yeah, you have. You're beautiful.
Well, interesting.
Well, interesting. um. Wait. Marciel was asking, would you think Sargent was a gray painter?
Yes, of course. He's one of the best
No,
painters. Oh,
gray.
sorry.
Gray?
Gray painter.
Not great.
Oh, no, probably like tonalist. No. Like if you compare him to like Whistler, like there is a palpable difference between them. There is a very much so a difference between them. The thing is, Sargent can paint anything. So if he decided to paint with grays, like he could paint with grays. Like we're talking about one of the most talented painters in all of painting history. So yeah, he could do anything he wants.
Liad was saying, what about painting with spoken words like you
Ah,
did
that's
that
so
week?
nice. Yeah, I don't know if my words are that. I don't know if my vocabulary would be so rich, or as rich as the relationship that I think I hold with paint. Um, to be able to sort of minimize that impact.
And you would
Um,
also
it'd
like
be interesting, but
you would miss like the
oh,
material part of
horribly.
doing.
Like
Yeah.
I would die. Like my hands itch when I don't paint. Like my
Yeah.
brain itches when I don't paint. It's so ridiculous. Like and this is not like unhealthy. This is like healthy. Like I need it. I really need it to be kind of happy, just to be at peace.
True Cuckoo
Okay. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puff.
said, I like how you're turning a kinda quote unquote average photo into something much more painted. Did you see something special in this photo already before you started painting? Could you elaborate a little?
Uh, Fed's initially Fed's gesture, just and I didn't pose her. That was her. Like she was. I mean, you could argue that she's either always posing or she never poses. I don't know which one of those is true.
Maybe the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just the pose, the crossing of that arm, and I think that that's why I'm exaggerating that length of that arm, because I just find it beautiful. The way that just an arm can wrap around the body, it's just gorgeous. But yeah, but the light was crap. It's backlit. It's really kind of flat. There's not much to it. I think I included the table when I was, when I wanted to photograph, because just the table gave me a better sense of space. I don't really know if that that angle is working for the table. I don't even know if that perspective is good. It doesn't matter. Um, but I kind of needed those moments. But honestly, anything is paintable. Anything. Like there's obviously some things that we can deem more paintable because we associate them with paintings that have already happened, or with elements or variables in painting that we've recognized throughout history. That's what makes us like kind of say, oh, that is super paintable. Like that's such a paintable image. We don't just say that. We say that because there is like a host of images behind there, um, prompting us to believe that this thing that we would paint would sort of be part of that group of images that we have in our brain. So yeah, but I try to teach myself that none of that matters. Like there's a painting anywhere, and that doesn't take a lot of there's no magic to any of that. Like, oh my God, you see painting anywhere. No, come on. Like, you could paint anything. Of course, you could paint in the same way you could draw anything. Like, it would be absurd to say, oh, you shouldn't draw that. What? You could draw anything. I'm looking around my room, and every single moment of my room
Yeah.
you could draw from. Anything. And in that sense, I have to believe that every single inch of this room is. I try not to explain it to myself as paint worthy, because paint doesn't make anything become worthwhile. But just anything can be the object of my, reflection. Anything in here, anything. And again, it's not because I'm surrounded by interesting stuff. Like I'm super lucky that I can be surrounded by interesting stuff. But dude, lock me up in an empty room, and every inch of that room has to be paintable too. Everything. If not, then it's just us accepting that we need something external to paint. We need something that is extraordinary in front of us so that we can paint it. And that should never be true. It should never be that way. A great painter, I'm not saying I'm clearly not a great painter, but a great painter, like great painters remind us that there is painting anywhere. And if we don't find it, it's because we're making excuses for it, because we're blind to them. But there is a source, a wealth of knowledge, that can be accessed through painting anywhere, absolutely anywhere. I really do believe this. This is not just like, I'm not trying to say stuff here. I really do think that part of what drives me is seeing the universe as this, unending, infinite, source of just, again, not subject of paintings, but source of inspiration, source of where I could just sit down and look at anything for hours and I'd be fascinated by it. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm that sort of person that can be stupefied by anything.
So Tim was saying, tricky question.
Go. Love
Nicolas.
these. Yes.
Batman or Hellboy?
Oh, stop it. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're both super good characters.
Because the last time it was Batman versus Hulk.
I know, but those are two classic characters.
And you said Hulk.
Yeah, but Batman has, how many years more does Batman have over Hellboy? I mean, that's what's making it tough. You're speaking about like one of the most iconic characters in pop culture, I'd say. And Hellboy, which is one of the most fascinating characters, I think nowadays, I think for sure Hellboy has to be one of the most fascinating, comic book characters ever, or like in terms of visual storytelling. He has to have some of the most wonderful growth and in all of comic books, I feel. Woof, tough. I mean, if how many Batmen, I guess, if how many Batmen I have, compared to how many Hellboys I have in this room, if that would answer the question, I think it's Hellboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like 8 like little toys and statues of Hellboy. How many do I have?
No,
8?
I'm counting 6 Batmans.
6 Batmen?
Batmen.
Yeah, I know, it's weird. I'm
So,
just being
Ray
dumb.
And and 1,
I'm
2,
getting
3,
nervous now.
4, 5, 6, 7.
What?
7 Hellboy, yeah.
No, 2?
Oh no, 8. 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4,
I
5,
knew there were
6,
8.
7,
And 8.
8.
There we go. Fuck me. So maybe it's Hellboy. Hellboy's just fascinating. He's just amazing. No, but come on. I love Mike Mignola. I just want to be on record as saying he is one of the most incredible creators in all of comic book history. He is probably, with Dave McKean, I think, the best visual storyteller, maybe, or Bill Sienkiewicz, maybe Frank Miller. But I'm going to say Dave McKean and Mike Mignola, the best storyteller ever in comic books. Oh, Neil Adams is also good. I mean, there's a bunch of people. There's a lot of people there. But for
You're
sure,
struggling a lot.
yeah, he's all I'm trying to say is he's amazing. He's incredible. He's like my goat.
But
I'm going to have to say Batman. I think Mike would pick Batman. I think he would. He made Gotham by Gaslight.
yeah, but it's different.
Mignola.
'Cause
So
if someone says, like, you as a painter or someone else, you would always say someone else.
no, I'm sure there's egos out there that pick themselves. Come on.
Mm.
There's bound to be people out there that pick themselves. I mean, they're idiots, but
Rosalind was saying, I bet your students loved you, Nick. I took a class with Max Ginsberg months ago. Not gonna lie, so intimidating.
was he really? I think he's the most adorable man ever. Oh, Rosalind, you have to look at your shapes and I don't know. That's my Max. It's either my Max or just a Muppet. So I don't know.
You always say you have a good...
It's very nice. It's very nice. Grab a bigger brush.
It's so sad that they can't see the face.
I know,
you're
because I
doing.
have to invoke my Maxness. I think I do a
And
pretty
you're,
good
like,
Max.
kind of closing your eyes.
Yeah, because I have to go like full New York Jewish,
And you
and
move your shoulders up,
yeah, a
like
little
slowly.
bit. Yeah.
Can you move your face?
He's amazing, but I think I do a really good Max.
Roslyn says, "Ha ha ha ha! Your Max is spot on."
I think so. I love him enough to know that I think I could do a good Max. So did the person that asked about Hellboy or Batman, any comments?
No, Tim.
Yeah, I mean it's just too tough. It's hard.
Tim, no. No.
Yeah, I think that's a I don't know. I mean, I'm still saying Batman because it's just impossible. It's just he's too cool. He's too good. He's too good.
Mm,
He's a perfect hero. He's broken. Totally broken. Completely fucked up.
so do you think Hellboy is
Hellboy's broken too.
No. The character you have more figures
Yeah,
of?
maybe. Oh, if I don't look up and try to count,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah, I think
then
so.
Batman?
Probably.
Yeah.
Then I have like a few Hulk figures, Darkseid figures. I just love visually. I love Darkseid.
Yeah.
Um, mm, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So I'm thinking you don't have like that, like a lot of, for example, like you have one, Thanos. So
Yeah, Thanos I never cared about. Like I remember Infinity Gauntlet and I remember that storyline years ago. No, I didn't care that much about it. Didn't I really have to be honest. But the MCU just made me care about him. I thought he was brilliant. It's like absolutely brilliant. I'm super excited to see like what they do in terms of like this overarching huge villain. If there's going to be a huge villain like Thanos, with the new phases of the movies, because I think it's going to be super hard. Like he wanted to balance the universe by killing half of it.
mhm.
Like how do you go bigger than that? What do you do to go bigger than that? I guess, the whole celestial thing and maybe Galactus, you just swallow up, planets just because you need their energy, just because. That's kind of interesting, but I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm very cautiously optimistic. I'm excited to see what they're going to do.
Mm, I don't know if it's sign up, maybe.
Maybe.
¿Cómo se dice? ¿Piso? ¿Guión al piso?
I don't know. Dash? No, not really.
Lower dash?
No, I don't really know. No, you got me there. I don't know.
Underscore.
Underscore. Of course I knew that. Jesus.
So, sign up underscore A84
Okay.
who's asking, where are you from? So,
I was born in Madison, Wisconsin. But so maybe I have, strangely, induced by the hospital at Eagle Heights, maybe some sort of Midwesterner in me, maybe that's like that's why I'm kind of dumb and
don't say
I don't know.
no.
But the truth is, no, my parents, both my parents were already married. My father was he got his master's and then his PhD at the University of Wisconsin, and he could have, my mother tells the story that they could have actually stayed in Wisconsin Or I think they said that they offered him a job in Tennessee.
Yeah, because she was telling
Something
us
about
about that
Tennessee.
when we
Yeah.
went to visit your brother.
Yeah. So we could have been, I guess, like a Southern family, maybe Southern values. But no. Then my parents, when I was very young, they came back. My brother and my sister, but my older brother, is the one that spent most time in the U.S. and he's very much so American. He actually, he obviously came back with my parents, but then he eventually just left, and
But
he.
maybe when you say they came back,
Oh, so
So
when I
they
say
know
came
what-
back, is that my whole family, but like my father's side of the family, my mother's side of the family, except for my grandfather who was German, my mother's father, he was German. He came here like in 1930. He was an artist also. Aside from that, we're all Colombian. So Danny is also 100% Colombian. I mean, I like to think of myself 100% Colombian.
Yeah, you
like
are.
my genes don't. I mean, look at my arm. Like my arm. I'm
Your
probably like
genes?
blinding somebody with my whiteness. But that's my grandfather in me. That's 100% my grandfather in me. So yeah, but but I understand myself as a 100% Colombian.
Yeah.
I think we both do.
Well, of course I do.
Well, it'd be weird if you didn't.
Yeah.
But
And they're saying I'm Iranian.
oh, nice.
Sergi Arts pregunta,
Sergi Grande.
¿allí tenéis Reyes Magos el 6 de enero o es solo una de España?
Tenemos reyes, sí.
No, pero no lo celebramos.
O sea, pero los reyes, la gente no desbarata el pesebre sino hasta después del 6.
Pero es que allá los
No es como
regalos
Papá
se
Noel.
dan el 6
Exacto.
de enero.
No, nosotros tenemos el niño Dios.
O Papá
Originalmente
Noel.
era el niño Dios.
Sí, es que acá no era Santa Claus el
No,
que traía
el
los
niño
regalos,
Dios.
sino el niño Dios.
Como un bebé. Yo nunca sé cómo me imaginaba yo al niño Dios. ¿Tú lo imaginabas como el
bebé?
del 20 de julio, el niño Jesús dando regalos?
Como un bebé, yo me imaginaba
No.
que
Para mí. Ah, perdóname, sigue.
se llenaba la cuna del bebé alrededor de
¿Qué?
regalos mágicos.
¿Qué?
Pues me estás preguntando cómo me lo imaginaba.
Sí,
yo de
no, es que me
chiquita.
sorprendí.
O sea, yo decía, se va llenando, sí, de regalos, mágicamente.
Bueno, lo
Es
máximo.
un ser mágico y trae mágicos regalos
Real-
de lo que uno le pida en una lista.
Sí.
Pero sí, uno incluso hacía la carta
Al niño Dios. Querido niño Dios, te pido para esta Navidad, te pido.
Sí.
Y uno decía todo.
Yo recortaba de la revista,
¿Sí?
sí, de puros catálogos.
Yo tenía una caja, o sea, si compraba un Transformer,
Ujú,
miraba la parte de atrás de la caja donde estaban todos los otros, entonces llenaba como el 0067,
ujú,
que se llama Bla,
ujú.
el 0068,
¿Y
que
si
se
te
llama
traían
Bla.
ese o siempre era
No,
como
seguramente mis papás eran, no,
zapatos?
coma mierda. Encontramos solo el 0029 y ya, no moleste más. Pero con todo y eso no, mis papás fueron muy generosos con nosotros.
¿Tú has visto esa imagen? A mí me parece lo máximo. O sea, eso es muy la generación de niños de hoy en día. Que dice como, querido Papá Noel, para esta Navidad quiero, dos
Sí.
puntos, y dice,
Link.
HTTP. Sí, o sea, copió
Link.
todo el link.
Sí me imaginé el link.
Divino.
Muy bien, muy bien.
Y a mí me parece
Yo por ahí
increíble.
creo que en mi Facebook tengo la primera carta que le hizo Fer al niño Dios.
Ujú, ¿y qué pidió?
No, era cuando no podía escribir y
Ah.
solo hizo como unos garabatos así, como... y eres increíble, eres
No, pues
increíble,
divino.
es increíble. Y era la época en que ella decía que quería ser hada
De los dientes.
de los dientes.
Después, yo me acuerdo cuando ella dijo era que quería ser rockera. ¿Te
Sí, la
acuerdas?
verdad yo no he encontrado una niña con una incapacidad de definirse
Pues no, pero...
como mi hija de 10 años.
Sí, eso te iba a decir, tiene 10 años.
Sí,
Además,
no.
cuando decía que quería ser rockera, tenía 4.
Sí, no, mi hija es,
Por eso, o sea.
sí.
em,
Samu creo que va en el mejor de los sentidos como a navegar por la vida, como a, sí, como al vaivén de la vida, va a ir, que se me hace súper chévere.
¿Cómo es que? Donde me pongan...
Al son que me toquen bailo,
Sí, pero no, hay otro de donde me pongan...
yo reinaré, Jesús reinará, ¿qué?
Donde me pongan Jesús reinará. ¿De
No
qué
sé.
estás hablando?
donde me pongan camarón dormido en mano. No, no sé, qué huevón, sí.
Chito, tú
Qué
estás
pena, qué
súper
pena.
grosero. Pero sí, Sergi dice LMAO, Jesús en forma de bebé dejando los regalos, qué bueno. Pero Sergi, ustedes tienen una tradición más rara porque mi tía vive en España,
Sí.
mi tía está casada con mi tío político que es un español, tienen un hijo, no sé por qué me compliqué tanto,
Sí, te
pero
fuiste. La talla del zapato del
me,
hijo, Lindita, comparte.
me acuerdo, pues yo no sabía que allá tienen algo que se llama el cagatío, que es literalmente un tronco de madera, creo que yo te he contado, Coco.
Mm,
Es un tronco de madera y no sé si lo consienten o algo y se supone que esa tabla, pues el cagatío caga un regalo.
no jodas.
Te lo juro, y dejan como una mantica. Espate a ver, espérate a ver y te lo muestro.
¿Pero será catalán esa costumbre?
No sé, pero mi tía celebraba el cagatío. Yo me acuerdo ya una vez dijo,
Sí.
no, es que,
O sea, uno le pide a un árbol.
no, que es que el regalo de Raúl del cagatío. Y yo, ¿qué está diciendo? ¿Qué es el cagatío? Mira, son tronquitos,
Ah,
literalmente como un pedacito de madera.
está
Sí,
bonito.
y son tronquitos
O sea,
así,
está bonito,
con cobija.
pero está
Y
horrible.
mira, ahí abajo ponen regalos.
Ah, porque los caga, o sea,
Pues por
debajito.
eso,
No,
cagatío.
pues ya, o sea, estaba pensando que seguramente no podía reemplazar
O
al
sea,
niño Dios
mira esto,
algo que cague, mi amor. Yo
mira,
pensé,
un tronco grande.
pero severo tronco, tronco de tronco, como diríamos acá.
Mira,
Ese ya es un tronco de para la foto.
o sea,
Es horroroso,
mira,
¿ah?
mira, con unas varitas,
¿Se le
sí, y
pega?
hay una canción.
El que más le pegue
Si
al
no me acuerdo
cagatío.
mal, hay una canción.
No, ¿qué está
Pero
pasando?
sí, yo decía, ¿qué?
No,
Pero me parece lo máximo.
bueno, nosotros fuimos colonizados, pero afortunadamente esa fue una de las costumbres que no heredamos.
No, no puedo creer. Sergi dice, ¿what? Es la primera vez que escucho eso. Jajaja. ¿Será algo específico de alguna provincia? Pues ellos viven en Barcelona.
De pronto es catalán.
No sé si eso sea de pronto de la familia de mi tío político, pero
No,
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 Sergi.
no, ya hay
No, no, no.
muchas fotos.
No, no, no. O sea, algo que ellos trajeron de tradición, no sé ellos de dónde sean. O sea, estoy diciendo que
Ah,
no sé si es algo de
cagatío.
Barcelona,
O vasco, de pronto.
pero no, Sergi, ¿cómo así? O sea,
Sí,
uno busca
bailas.
y eso
Sergi, por favor.
sale un montón, sí.
¿Sergi es español? ¿En serio?
Estoy yo acá enseñando de
Sí,
cultura
tío.
española. ¿Tío?
Sí,
Eso no fatal, tío.
cagatío. Tío.
Ay, no. Am, Ivan Torres Art
Sí.
was asking, "What's your
Yes.
favorite anti-hero?
Ooh,
And
that's a
would
good
you
one.
and would you consider Batman an anti-hero?
Probably, right? I mean,
But if is an anti-hero, then that's your favorite anti-hero. don't you
yeah,
think?
that would be the easy way out.
So yeah, if
I'd
you
say.
take Batman out of the equation,
Oh, wow. Let me see.
the Joker?
Well, no. Joker's a villain. Joker's like probably the most famous villain of all.
Mm.
I can't think of a more famous villain than the Joker. No, anti-heroes usually, you know how Superman is like a hero. Like he
Mhm.
saves people, he tries to like not piss everyone. Like you could hit Superman, he's never gonna hit you back.
Oh yeah, no.
But like anti-heroes have to be like Loki. Loki is an anti-hero, for example.
You were looking at
No,
my
no,
screen
because I turned. Yeah, because I
But
turned it.
look, it says the rise of the anti-hero, and it's Loki and the Joker.
Oh, stop! Joker has never
Look.
been.
Anti-hero, the Joker.
That can't be. No, Joker's a villain. Joker's like 100% a villain. How could he be an anti-hero? He's like a psychopath. A psychopath can't be an anti-hero.
Mm,
No, anti-heroes have to do, something good. Like anti-heroes would say the end justifies the means, let's say. So even if they like in some ways like Thanos is sort of like an anti-hero, maybe because he was trying to make the world better. I mean, he he was a psychopath too. He was trying to, just destroy half the universe. But I don't
I
know.
think there's a super big discussion
Yeah.
because there's people saying that Joker is an anti-hero.
What? No.
Because, for example,
What is a villain then?
It says, wait. It says Joker portrait of the villain as an anti-hero.
But I don't know.
Look, why this is like a newspaper article.
Oh my God, that's
Yeah.
what the newspapers are writing.
It says why we're destined to sympathize with anti-heroes like the Joker.
No, I don't think that's right. I really don't.
I want to see what people.
He's a psychopath. He's literally a psychopath. You can't say that a psychopath is an anti-hero.
Rosalind says, "I love the anti-hero. Joker is not an anti-hero."
No, come on. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Okay, so maybe that was my bad. So
No, probably not. If you're reading articles where they
maybe there's
mention
people
him like that,
misunderstood what an anti-hero was, like
then
me.
then
So-
they shouldn't write an article.
Okay, so
Settle down.
yeah, calm down.
No, I'm just saying like the best definition of a villain is Joker. He's like probably
No, but I'm not saying that.
the
Like,
most famous
go ahead. What's
villain.
your favorite anti-hero?
I don't know. I don't know. Let me think.
Yeah, cause
You know who was super cool
what? Who?
that I didn't? I mean, this is gonna come out of nowhere, but I mean, Hellboy is an anti-hero if you think about it. I mean, because he's destined to become like a villain. He's destined to end the world. But so he's both evil and good in the same body in a
Mhm.
sense. But no, so Hellboy would have been easy too. But you know who's super cool? But I mean, he is a villain. But I mean, spoilers, I guess.
No,
but,
don't
in
spoil
Invincible,
more.
his dad, can you I forget what he's called. I mean, I absolutely love that series. I had never read the comic book, but that Amazon series, like if you guys like animation,
Invincible.
yeah, what's the dad? Mr. Incredible. I don't know what he's called. Mr. Supreme. I
The-
forget.
Invincible.
Invincible. Yeah.
This one? No.
Yeah. What's his name?
It says Omni-Man.
Okay, Omni-Man. Yeah, that character is amazing. It's really amazing. So yeah, I'm gonna say that. I don't know why, but I'm gonna go with that.
So they're saying Hugh Van Schaik said with the Joker, they're probably mean from the newest Joker film, as he was the protagonist. And Stephen Murphy was also saying, I think they're saying he's an anti-hero purely based on the last movie that came out.
Okay,
He's
but
definitely a villain for sure.
yeah.
Explorer 228 said, yeah, but Walter White is an anti-hero
Walter
as
White.
well.
Yeah,
Oh,
perfect. Yeah. Walter White is perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect example. Perfect example also.
Mm,
And I rooted for him.
Stephen Murphy said, I think anti-heroes break rules to do good, while heroes never break rules.
Yeah, I think that's a simple but effective way of defining that. Yeah. Or there's always someone like more evil than that anti-hero. So for example, in Joker was just society. Like society was you like that movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fantastic movie. Just society was fucked up. That like he was the product of a society that didn't care about him. So, you kind of hate this idea of society, and in the end, when they kind of, when he's almost dead and they take him out and they treat him almost like a Christ, like you can see how people that have been fucked by society see him as, their idol. So yeah, but there has to be like a bigger evil, I guess, like a bigger sense of evil. But with Joker, like aside from Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, like oh my God, there's no bigger psychopath than Joker. Joker could kill anyone. He doesn't care. He doesn't feel anything when he kills anyone. So, yeah, I don't think like Joker will never complain, oh my God, society has been so bad to me. Like, no, no, no. If he does that, he's just trying to mess with you.
Yeah. You were
Thank you.
like super passionate talking about that.
I like characters.
Yeah.
so.
Oh, and you love the Joker.
Yeah, I think he's amazing. Like
An
an
amazing,
amazing character. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, and I really like that movie that you were talking about.
Oh, Joaquin
Super
Phoenix
good.
could be. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there has been amazing Jokers in like both comic books and like cinematic, like in the cinematic universe.
Mm-hmm.
There have been incredible Jokers. So, yeah, yeah,
I
Yeah,
think the
great
Joker
character.
is the villain you have more figurines.
probably, yeah, probably.
Mm.
I mean, I don't have many, but
Four?
you know what I bought like these Chinese 1/6 heads that I can paint, that I can try to paint, and I bought like a bunch of I bought a couple of Jokers and a bunch of other heads that I can paint as Joker. I thought
Mhm.
that would be super cool.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna try to paint those. But again,
I like that idea. I like the result when you paint.
but they look
figures.
very
cool.
well, yeah, but very rustic. I feel.
Oh, they're cool.
Yeah, but they never look like as cool as the professionals that do it. Like those people, I still, you don't know how much this keeps me up at night. The fact that I just don't know how they do it. I really don't. Like if they would tell me, no, dude, you need an airbrush and you need these brushes, and yes, we do paint the eyes. Like if I knew for a fact that they fucking paint the eyes, like I could sleep at night. I don't know for a fact that they paint the eyes, so it's driving me insane.
Maybe you can try to ask someone.
No, I don't know anyone. Like, I mean, they're all like in Hong Kong, like the people that do that. So they're super. I don't know if secretive, but it's really closed. Because the people at Sideshow, the guys that do statues, like look at the portraits of statues. They're never as cool as the portraits of like Hot Toys.
Mm-hmm.
They're never as good, and you can tell that there's something missing there a little bit. So I don't know.
But I think they look cool when you paint them.
Yeah, but
so.
just a little, they feel artisanal maybe compared to like professional jobs.
Mario dice, Magneto es buen anti-hero.
Sí, muy
Saludos.
bueno, muy bueno.
Saludos, Mario.
Grande Mario por la sugerencia. Sí, sí, es bueno.
A ver. Entonces, si entendí bien. No, mentiras, no, ahorita. Es que
Mándate,
no,
¿quién?
uno
Ibas a
hablando
decir.
acá de super, o sea, yo la embarré diciendo lo de anti-hero y ahorita
Pero ¿a quién crees que sería entonces un antihéroe?
estaba pensando si Venom sería un anti-héroe.
También. Pues Venom es
Sí.
todo complejo, es todo raro, pero...
sí creo que sería
Claro,
un
claro,
antihéroe.
claro. Sí.
Bueno, me salvé de...
Sí. No la cagaste.
No la caga. Sí, no la cagué. La primera vez en el en vivo. ¿Quién más? Estoy pensando más. Si no es el Joker, ¿cuál sería tu segundo
¿Villano?
villano favorito? Mi
Como de
villano
cualquier-
favorito.
Como de cualquier cosa, de cualquier,
¿Universo?
pues sí, o cómics o de cualquier personaje.
Sí.
Así que yo diga, espérame que estoy en mi cabeza, estoy como tratando de,
Hacer un recuento.
sí.
Sergio Beltrán says, "Don't forget Constantine."
Oh yeah, he's pretty cool. That movie's not bad. It's not half bad. I mean, it's Keanu, but it's not bad. Not a bad movie. I haven't had the heart to watch the new Matrix movie because all I've heard is just like,
But we have to see it.
I know. I have it. I downloaded it, but it's just I don't have the heart.
Alejandro Morales dice, ¿y Spawn es antihero o The Punisher?
Punisher for sure. Yeah, that's like the most easiest version of like an anti-hero because it's just like a murderer. Spawn, yeah, I'm very familiar with like what I guess it was classic Spawn because when I was younger is when McFarlane started Spawn, and I was like a fan of Spawn for a long time, I guess. So I know his storyline, but I have no idea. Like, if you ask me what is going on in Spawn now, oh, I have no clue, no freaking clue. But yeah. I mean, I don't even know if his storyline stopped at some point because his soul had to go back to hell. You know, he only had like some time on Earth. So, and I have no idea. And I know that he tried to negotiate with the devil. But I don't know what's his drive now. I have no idea. You know, I don't know. I really don't.
So you don't have an idea of your second favorite villain?
I'm trying to think. Let me think. What do I have here? Of the things that I have,
You
I
have
have,
do you have a Darth Vader?
I have no. I never cared that
'Cause
much
that's
about Vader.
That's a villain.
Yeah.
100%, yeah.
Darth Maul. I have Darth Maul. I think he was cooler. He was
Mhm.
just darker than Vader. Vader is just super OP. He
Mhm.
could kill you from like, he could be in Wisconsin and he could be strangling me. Yeah, it's just too much. Those villains that are so freaking powerful, they're just too much, I guess. But in Star Wars, I don't know who's a cool Star Wars villain.
And Megatron.
Megatron? Yeah, he was
Me-
but those are super cheesy.
Mm,
Or like Skeletor, he was like super. He's meme. He's a meme nowadays. Like Skeletor only survives because he's a meme.
Because I'm looking top 10 best cartoon villains of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And it says number 1. Wait,
Megatron? Yeah.
Mr. Burns.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, he's evil. He is
Mm,
he's fucking evil.
number 2, Megatron.
Okay,
Number 3,
I guess.
the Joker.
Yeah. Oh come on. If you were gonna put the Joker there,
Number 4, Fire Lord Osai
what?
from Avatar.
Okay, never seen it.
Number 5, Cobra Commander.
Yeah, but again, super cheesy.
Number 6, Shredder.
Okay, Ninja Turtles.
Number 7, the best one, Sheldon J. Plankton.
He is better. I think he's better than Shredder.
Number 8, Skeletor.
Okay,
And number 9, the Monarch
I don't know.
from the Venture Bros.
What? Which one?
The Monarch.
No, I don't know that.
And number 10, Aku from Samurai Jack.
Okay, no. I'm not that familiar with those.
Yeah.
I would have picked Mumra from, Thundercats, probably above the ones that I don't really know. It's just that a good villain has to show you that they're willing to do anything.
Like Plankton.
Yeah, you have to know that they are messed up. Like they are effed up. And I'm just trying to think of somebody who's like completely messed up. Like they're willing to risk anything. No, no respect for anything. Nothing. Like they would push like an old lady, into a subway. Yeah, I'm like that's horrendous, but I'm saying like that's a villain.
Maurice Robbins said Slade from Teen Titans, but I never saw Teen Titans.
Yeah, I'm not. I know the. I know the super cartoony Teen Titans, but I think you're maybe talking about the one that went before.
Sergi Arts dice Duende Verde.
Sí, uy, lo
Ah,
máximo.
sí. Anania said George,
Anania.
George Constanza.
Yeah, he is willing to do anything.
Sergio,
Fire! No, I'm sorry, that didn't come out right.
Sergio G said in the IDW comics, Megatron is a great character, very messed up and dark.
Oh, really? I don't know. I've never read comic books, like Transformer comic books, to be honest.
Jeff Avila said, only thing worth checking out in Spawn lately was Jason Sean Alexander's run leading up to 300.
Yeah, his stuff is super cool. Jason's stuff is super, super cool.
Toe said, Darth Maul's face scared me so bad as a little kid.
Oh, I love him as visually. I think he's incredible.
So in this one, they say Loki is a villain.
Well, yes, but I mean, he eventually helps.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and especially with the miniseries, like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
he becomes like an
An
anti-hero.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pennywise.
Oh, come on.
They say no.
Oh,
a
villain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
I don't know how to say this. Sauron?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Darth Sidious?
Darth Sidious. Yep.
Oh, Scar.
Oh, yeah. He's horrible.
Yeah.
He was great.
Bane? I don't know who this is.
And Batman. He just a lot of steroids, really.
Hannibal. Oh, sorry.
No, but in the movie, in the Christian Bale Batman movie, they made him like a psycho, like a complete psychopath too.
Mhm.
So
Hannibal Lecter.
he's amazing. He is.
And Darth Vader here. So, I gave you a lot of names. Do you have your favorite second villain?
Maybe Jerry from Tom and Jerry. All sorts of messed up. Hated him. I hated him. You know when I started to like Jerry? When Chuck Jones started to draw them as friends. I mean, there was a run where Chuck Jones was animating them still as you know, just them fighting each other. But eventually, I remember that he did there was a run. I'm almost certain that Chuck Jones was doing the animation, or he was directing some of those, and they were finally friends. And I was like, okay, maybe I can start liking Jerry. But I hated Jerry, hated him with a passion.
But Jerry
I was
still
always
trying to fight for
his life. Yeah, but he was but he.
Like,
but many
both
times
were
he went
bad.
like beyond like just wanting to live. He was an asshole. He wanted Tom to suffer.
Because Tom wanted to eat him.
I am team. Well, he's a cat.
Well, he's a rat, so he has to.
He is a rat more than a mouse. You're right.
Yeah, a mouse.
rat.
Sorry.
Dirty rat.
No. But he has to do something to survive. So
I know,
don't
but
think it's
survive doesn't mean you have to be an asshole. Like
No, I
you
don't
have to
think
be
Jerry
that
is a
much of an
villain.
asshole. Oh, I hate him.
No.
I hate him.
No.
All sorts of wrong with Jerry.
Bloody Quirinus
Mm-hmm.
said villain Littlefinger from Game of Thrones.
He was amazing.
Mike Richins said Santa Claus in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Just a total jerk.
What? I mean, yes. Yes. You're not wrong. Maybe there's a lot more people with me in the Jerry thing.
Mm,
I mean, even if there isn't, I'm 100% behind what I just said.
yeah, I wouldn't think he was a jerk. Like both were.
Both?
Yeah.
No.
They were both like trying to make suffer the other. So
Yeah, but Tom never could. I mean, no, not never. I mean, he was successful at some points. But every time Tom could like had vengeance on Jerry, I was like, fuck yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the vocabulary, but I was like, yes. Well deserved. Fucking rat.
So I was looking.
Yeah?
Tom and Jerry. Was there a villain? And there's a thing that says Tom and Jerry has no villain.
Oh.
Tom wouldn't be fun without Jerry, and Jerry would not be cute without Tom. They
Jerry's
complete
so
each
not cute.
other like best friends do.
Oh, what are you reading? What is this? Wall Street Journal?
Mm, look. Is Tom the bad guy in Tom and Jerry?
No, of course
and
not.
it says both Tom and Jerry,
Oh,
while
stop.
usually and generally on the good side, can be classified as anti-heroes, as
No.
both are abusive, cruel, and villainous
Villainous.
at
Yeah.
times, despite being the main protagonist of the series as the typical antagonize each other. So, I mean,
I hate him. There is a, there's a, and I think I'm done, by the way. Well, actually, as I
that's your tradition.
feel like
so.
finally some tiny little touches. But there is an episode in Tom and Jerry where, I forget what it's called. Like, I don't know what it's called, but there's a baby. Or Tom, I think there is a baby. So, and at the same time, Tom loves to be treated as a baby by the owner, by the mother of the baby. Maybe I'm making all that stuff.
No, I think I remember that.
And so he loves when she gives him like a bottle of milk, and she treats him like a baby, and he's like, "Oh, I'm fine. Like, I'm totally fine with that." And they actually put diapers on him. And of course he's fine until Jerry gets there. But what Jerry does is actually tell like street cats of what's going on. Like, he was an asshole. So he tells like all these street cats of what's going on in there, and they just show up and just, oh my god, they make fun of Jerry, of Tom. Like, they destroy him. They absolutely destroy him. And Jerry's like loving this. He eats all this shit up. Like, he loves what's going on. And it's horrible. It's horrible. Like, I hated those cats. I hated Jerry for calling on those cats. It's the worst episode ever. Ever. Hated them. All of them.
Yeah. Kira Swisher was saying the hate for Jerry is strong. Haha.
Yeah.
And Ananya said, I love Jerry.
Oh, stop it. Blocked.
Sergi
Blocked.
Arts says, uf, esas arrugas en el pantalón, y un emoji con la boca abierta. Toe said him from Powerpuff Girls. Him? Because I don't know the names in English. Oh. Yeah. Did you ever see the
Yeah, but not much. Like, it wasn't, I don't know. It was at the time I was in college, I feel.
A ver.
So I think I'm think I'm done-ish. Almost. I know you don't even pay attention to me.
No, because you say
No.
you're done like 10 times
Yeah.
before you're done. And even when we turn off the camera, you're like, I missed one brushstroke, so. Kira Swisher.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. Javi Hab was saying, what are your thoughts on Wiley Coyote and the Roadrunner?
Yeah, I hate him. Obviously hate him. I'm Team Wiley, Team Coyote for sure.
Emily was asking, how do you look at your reference photo in the phone?
I have a phone. I have my phone right next to me, so it's just my phone. And today I didn't really tried not to zoom into it, almost at all, just so I could get like a bigger sense of what I was painting. So yeah.
Alejandro Morales said Jerry and Tweety.
Oh yeah. See, all of the prey, all of them, like the Roadrunner, the bird, the mouse, like that effort to make them, heroes just because they are prey, and then to make the ¿cómo se dice?
Predator?
The predator evil. I just don't. I can't. Like, suck it up, prey.
No, because in Tom and Jerry both were like.
Well, yeah, they give Jerry like the power to make Tom suffer. But just as a almost like divine retribution, like, oh, you've suffered so much, like your kind has been hunted for so long that now you can be the one that exerts pain and suffering. No.
Gino, that twin, or that, yeah, I don't know how to pronounce. How would you say? It's Datuin.
Yeah, no. I think I would have said,
maybe?
I would have gone with what you said too.
Was asking,
Okay.
Team Tom or Team Jerry?
No.
Oh wait, I'm late. Haha, sorry. And Olivia said Tom.
Oh, Olivia, what are you doing to me?
Tom.
Oh, Tom. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Sorry. You know when you say Olivia, because Fer used to love that cartoon when
the
she
book,
was
yeah.
Olivia.
No, I thought-
Olivia. It's a book, but it's also a cartoon.
Oh,
It's a super cool cartoon.
yeah.
Yeah, she's a pig, but the thing
Yeah,
is,
the same as the.
Peppa killed Olivia, but Olivia is super cool. But Peppa just took, and Peppa is cool too, like, honestly. But Olivia was awesome. I really, really loved Olivia.
Nobody else has answered if they're
Oh,
Team
yeah.
Tom or Jerry. I'm Team both.
Oh, stop it. You're so,
No, because I think it
Tibia.
was fun.
Tibia.
No, because I think it was fun, like the pushing and pulling between them both. So
I think if you look back, there's clearly advantage Tom in there. Clearly. Like, there are far more times that, advantage Jerry, that Jerry makes Tom suffer.
But-
Much more.
of course Tom had the advantage.
No, he never did. That's the thing, he never did.
No, because if Tom never tried to kill or eat Jerry, Jerry wouldn't start bothering Tom. So
But what does he eat then? He's a cat.
mm,
It's the same as Tweety. Like, what does Sylvester eat? Like,
concentrado. How do you call that? Like food,
yeah, just like
pets food,
dog
cat food.
cat food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No hay palabra para concentrado, ¿no?
I'm trying to think. No.
Pet food,
Yeah.
cat food, dog
About
food.
it.
Qué raro. Noel C. dice, Peppa Pig es una engreída en la serie, es una villana.
Pepa es terrible, sí. Uy, Pepa hay veces
Yo
es
es que nunca me he visto
terrible.
un capítulo.
Mucho mejor George que Pepa.
No
Mucho
sé.
mejor. George es simple, pero Pepa hay veces es, uy, una hijo de madre, sí.
Jesús de la Osa pregunta, ¿qué caricaturas veían cuando eran niños? ¿Bob Esponja? Pues yo.
Uy, yo soy producto mediados ochentas, entonces yo en Colombia me veía,
G.I. Joe.
pues, pero eso era, o sea, eso era de pronto cuando estaba en Estados Unidos,
Ujú.
pero en Colombia era como Mazinger, me veía mucho más Mazinger, Centella,
Sankokai.
San Kukai,
¿Era San
San
Kukai?
Kukai,
Ok, San Kukai.
tananana, tananana. Ese era
Ujú.
increíble. No tengo idea qué decían. Me veía José Miel. Todo eso que es como súper cliché de personas que crecieron en los ochentas, todo eso me lo veía yo. Los
Yo,
Barbapapás en el Canal 11.
Bob Esponja. Los Rugrats. Me fascinaban los Rugrats.
Mm. Nunca me vi un capítulo de
Y
los
después de
Rugrats.
los Rugrats, crecí con los Rugrats y me vi los Rugrats crecidos. Me encantan. Tú te sabes, yo te he cantado la canción de los Rugrats crecidos.
No, pues de pronto la cantas, pero no tengo idea.
Ay, pues es que tú haces como
Yo no
algo y
sé,
te
yo
aíslas
sé,
de lo que
si
estoy.
me la pones, yo digo, ah, esa es el intro de Rugrats. O sea, si me pones la
No, no, no.
canción,
Pues la de Rugrats sí, pero la de Rugrats
que
crecidos,
la verdad tiene un buen intro, buena
como
animación.
así es
Sí,
buenísimo. Los
es muy
Rugrats son
chévere el intro.
increíbles.
Pero, pero yo no tengo idea qué dicen, o sea, no tengo idea. No.
No, increíbles. Eran
Bueno,
muy chéveres.
Lindita, creo que estoy bien con la pintura.
¿Listo?
Sí. So I think I'm good with the painting.
Ujú.
Ah, fuck me. That's my head hitting the camera. That's how glow it was.
You okay?
Yeah. No, I'm more worried about the camera.
No, I had to took the
No,
tripod.
it's not gonna fall, I
I
feel.
was scared.
Nah, it's not gonna fall. But yeah, it was pretty low. I think we have to do better. We have to do a little bit better
Okay.
with the height
Okay.
than today. Because if we do this every day, I'm bound to hit it like every time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm pretty happy. Let's do active zoom.
Ooh, no, but I have to
Oh, that's
refocus.
so soft. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to refocus. That's the thing. I don't think this is quite gonna work, Danny. I think it's not focusing right. To tell you the truth, it's either not focusing right or it's just way too soft. Way too soft.
Do you want me to try to focus and like
Try to see
zoom
if it-
and focus?
Try to see if it refocuses like
Okay.
on the painting.
So-
Just like click focus and let's see how that goes. So anyway, while Danny's doing that, I'm super happy. I think today was about balancing a lot of like atmosphere, like this kind of grayish heavy atmosphere. Not the light that I wanted to put in the back. I didn't want it to be overpowering either, so I kind of toned that down. I brought everything together to like a sort of midpoint in terms of values, I guess. And my contrast was just I think I exaggerated the contrast here for the arms. Yeah, it's like hunting.
No,
What's that?
lo había cambiado a manual
Mm.
el switch cuando hiciste zoom.
Okay.
Pronto por eso.
No, but it shouldn't really change. Like you could maintain a focus and zoom. That should never, you don't have to change focus.
Oye, no está.
No, because we would have to go to, I think, yeah, to the camera. Oh, we're changing everything. Okay. This is like, behind the scenes.
It's focusing your head.
Okay.
Ajá, y ahora.
We have to like jump through hoops to try and use the adapter to use the other lenses. That's why it's like so cumbersome. But anyways, getting back to the, I don't think it's gonna work, Danny. No. Anyways, getting back to the painting, I really wanted to strike some sort of balance. Very gesture, a lot of atmosphere. I was saying how I wanted to leave the darker moments, the darker instances of the painting I wanted to keep, because I think that the sort of wrapping of the arm around the body and just dropping of that shoulder is a very nice gesture. It's a really, really nice gesture. I think it emphasizes the mood of the... No, that's not focus, Danny. I mean,
Lo moví sin culpa con la mano.
yeah, it's okay.
No, pero lo había logrado y lo moví con la mano. Espera.
I think that's good.
Es que tenía que quitar zoom.
So I think that's, yeah, let's leave it here. No, maybe not. Or maybe. Yeah. I don't think it's that good, the focus, to be honest. Anyways.
I do think it's looking good.
It looks okay.
No, it looks
Ish.
good. I mean, and we have, like, if we were using the old lens,
Yeah.
we couldn't feed that painting.
No, we
So,
couldn't. So
very
yeah.
good.
Unas per
One
otras.
for the other, as
Yeah,
you say.
yeah. So anyways, I think there's a nice balance. I think there's a nice balance between all the elements, like looser ones that, are kind of swallowed by atmosphere. Ones that are a little bit, because I did want to maintain like that looser quality of the painting. But there are other ones that are just there is underlying drawing, I feel, to them, but I didn't went as far as to just try to model them in a very, very different way than other areas of the painting. Because if I did, and I think that that's what was happening when I started to attempt to get to the face, I realized, oh wow, I'm introducing these drawing marks, but they're making the face just jump, like completely jump out of the atmosphere, and that wouldn't have worked. So I went with a more suggested kind of, I went for that pout, that kind of little nose suggestion of where the eyes would be, just that little marks for the brow, and just concentrated. Maybe that's a little heavy on the chin back there, but I'm fine with it. I'm not going to change anything now. But I went for that, and I felt, okay, that's a little bit better, and that has a better place within this painting, within the rest of the painting. So I much rather have that than try to push an area of the painting just because, just develop an area of the painting just because. And we tend to do that with portraits without even questioning it. So I was like, no. Let me kind of step back a little bit and see if it's absolutely necessary. And if it isn't, then just try to balance every single element that you do have and make it a painting that feels like a whole. I think you guys have heard me say how like this sort of dream of mine is to be able to paint large sketches. And I think that this is a character that I would love to maintain in a large painting. Like if I could do this painting life size, I would and maintain this character. Oh, I would adore this painting. Like that, I would feel that is the sort of painting that I would want to paint, that would wholly represent me. So yeah, so it's kind of nice to reinforce those things. I think that if there's anything true about paintings that I've been doing in the past couple of days, regardless of the subject matter, I'm just trying to reclaim the things that I think are mine, or not mine. I mean, nothing belongs to us, but reclaim the things that I think my painting is about, and just say, this is what I want my work to be, to revolve. I want my work to revolve around these sort of things, or I want these aspects to be super evident when somebody's looking at my work. And I need to be not forceful, but I need to leave no room for doubt when there's a viewer looking at my painting. There has to be like this one message, and it has to be super, super obvious. And so I would love for the looseness to be self kind of justified. I would love for the sort of liveliness in the painting, and not liveliness as in, lively colors, like bright colors, but liveliness as in, I just painted this from a photo in my phone that was like a nothing photo. But if you see the painting, if it makes you believe that I was there, and I'm just like almost with a sense of urgency trying to paint my daughter in this beautiful like gesture, that I think is awesome. It's not like an illusion. It's not lying through painting. I think it's just evoking something that, you kind of trap, in a memory, and it's like a little ounce of life that is trapped. And then you try to have that be the motor for the painting. So maybe that is somewhat clear, or I'm hoping that that can be clear. So yeah, so I'm pretty happy. There's a lot of stuff that I like about the painting. So and I didn't know if this was gonna work, but looking at it and not looking at it from distance, because maybe this perspective is just horrendous. I think it's fine. If it's broken, it's broken enough. I feel that it just makes it feel a little more real and more grounded. But yeah, so I'm happy with it. I'm super happy, and I'm liking. I'm enjoying a whole lot. Being able to work on a larger larger dimension. By the way, if you guys were wondering, these paintings are $100 more expensive than every single one of the paintings that we sold in the last 2 years, because the last 2 years we've been selling paintings for $250
Plus shipping.
plus shipping. Yeah. And one of the reasons is to see, you know, how I can slowly transition to pricing larger works. But the more obvious reason is because we're maintaining like whatever we charge for shipping, which has gone up. If we have to be super honest, we've never changed it for 2 years, but it has gone ridiculously up. The FedEx, FedExing stuff from here. But this is way more expensive to FedEx than the ones that are half the size. So we're just being honest and charging for what the FedEx would cost. And I know it's a lot, but it's out of our hands. Like there's no other way we could ship paintings if it wasn't for FedEx. So, I mean, DHL, but DHL is like, maybe 30-40% more expensive than FedEx here in Colombia. So it's like a no contest. So if some of you were wondering about like the price change, that's why yesterday's painting was half the size. We keep that price. And with larger paintings, we can start to manage like different prices, taking into consideration that we're going to have to ship the paintings. So that's going to be it for today. Any comment just to finish things off, Danielita?
They were saying it's beautiful.
Thank you.
So nice. Cheers and thanks.
Thank you.
And Shade was saying, I love the larger sizes as well.
Ah, me too. I just, I need to get myself bigger brushes. Maybe put down, I don't know if cheaper paint, but just I need to charge my surface with a little bit more paint, just so I can just feel like I'm really, really pushing paint. But just get it to have like more of a sculptural feel to it. So yeah, no, I'm loving it. I'm loving like painting a bit more with my arm. That's, my body was missing that for a very long time. So
yeah. And Mario León dice intro de Peter Chung, por eso era bueno. No sé si era el de los
sí, él es el de ay, ¿cómo se llama? Se me fue la animación de MTV, la de ella. ¿Ion Flux? ¿Mario? ¿Él es el mismo de Ion Flux? Porque creo que sí es. Tendría muchísimo sentido.
Sí, acá dice que sí.
Sí.
O sea, no dice Mario, pero dice
muy
Google.
bien. Uy, claro. Es que ese intro, el ángulo del intro y el dibujo es increíble. Sí, ese man es un genio. Wow. Genio absoluto.
A ver, ¿qué más dicen? Anania. Thank you, Nick and Danny. Explorer 228 says, love it. I can't wait to see the XXL sketches too.
I would love to be able to paint those also.
Y Mario dice, y el fantasma 2040.
Uy, Mario, estoy perdido en ese.
Pues, a ver, buscamos.
Sí, para terminar.
Sí, eso ya iba a decir.
A ver, nomás.
No.
Dani está a dormir.
Sobre todo.
A ver.
Dice, no sé.
O sea, literal el fantasma. Pero yo me vi muy poquito de ese. Sí, es súper chévere. Súper chévere. Fantasma era lo máximo. Bueno,
listo. Bueno,
terminamos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you,
everyone.
And you're just
yeah.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye.